Good evening, everyone. Got to put my glasses on. Welcome, everyone, to the Committee of the Whole, Thursday, April 6th, 6 p.m., here at the old Council Chambers at City Hall. We would like to begin this meeting by acknowledging that we are gathered on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territories of the Inc, Katma, and the Silk people. Adoption of minutes. Committee of the Whole meeting minutes, April 4th, 2023. Recommendation that the minutes of the Committee of the Whole meeting be held on April 14th, that were held on April 4th, 2023, be adopted. Councillor Newman, Councillor Egan, any errors or omissions? Gold star. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Ding, ding, ding. 4.1, 2023-2027 financial plan. Ms. Thiessen to introduce and take the whole show on the road. Up to you. Thank you.
I'm in the middle of two mics here today. That's okay. Sorry, Sean.
You can take over.
Sorry, just at the last minute I had a meeting at 4:30 that went a little bit longer, so then I had a few things to print out, so I'm just catching my breath here. But welcome everyone for back again. You came back for more. Tonight, as promised, we've got the department heads in to go over their requests. And but beforehand, I did submit a report to talk about some of the tax considerations, and I thought we might want to discuss that just before the department heads come up to speak. And Greg's got that up on the, bring it up if you don't mind. I haven't been able to connect my screen yet. I will in a minute. So since 2019, the City of Merritt assessment base was reduced by two separate factors, which we've all talked about. I've just reiterated again. The loss of major industry assessment with the closure of TOCO, and then the permissive tax exemption for what was Merritt Green Energy, now known as Nikola Clean Power. Both of those, while the TOCO impact is well behind us now, we're still feeling it, but the significant change has happened. The permissive tax exemption was complete as of 2022. So that between that and the Trans Mountain expansion in the utility tax base, because we tax that at a mill rate of 40, that gives us a total of $329,000 of new money that we have over last year coming in, which is good news. And, oh, there he's got my, the options. So if we took the same mill rate as last year, use the same mill rate, we would collect 18.5% more in taxes because assessments have gone up so much and using the same mill rates. So I'm not recommending we do that because that means anybody's house that went up 14% would be paying 14% more in taxes. So the other option that we looked at is the 5% total tax increase, which is option B. And that's just taking the total tax that we got in 2022 and adding an extra 5%, which would give us $9.4 million, almost 9.5, would give us an overall increase of 5%. But you can see the percentage increase for some of the areas, kind of hard to see the heading. If you can show the class, go over to the left a bit. No, the other way. Sorry, right.
You on the left?
My other left. That way. Yeah, thank you. So you can see heavy industry, their tax would actually go down using the old rate, and light industry, because the increase in the utility class is removing, that was picking up some of the slack, so then heavy industry and light industry. And the same for option C and option D, which is a 5% residential tax increase or a 3% residential tax increase. So what we can do with those is we have what's called the multiples, and we can change. Basically, your residential rate is 1, and everything else is a multiple of 1. So we can adjust the multiples to make sure the tax burden is adjusted across the classes, similar to what it has been in the past. so that as these assessment changes, so we can adjust that as well. I'm just going to try and...
Can I opine on that?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Okay.
While I get my computer going.
Just want to speak to that a little bit. Of course, this is what I was referring to at the tail end of the last meeting when council had proposed 5% and the two different options of what 5% can look like. Recognizing that the raw 5% overall tax collected increase is actually resulting in a net decrease in taxes paid for the residential property. It would be a decrease of 1.05%, whereas the option that's proposed here would be a 5%, or option C would be a 5% residential tax increase. But because of some of the non-market changes, particularly Trans Mountain and the
light industry
changes in both the Trans Mountain as well as business, where there's new taxation that's coming on board. What I want to flag with that is because of the way assessment values changed in different classes, you'll note that the assessment values in the heavy industry class were only up by just over 2%, whereas the assessment values in residential were up that much higher amount. And so what that yields is, unless you change the multiples, you would actually be seeing a fairly significant tax decrease on heavy industry. So if you look at the option C, for example, even where you're proposing a 5% increase on residential, this would actually lead to a net decrease in taxes paid by heavy industry of 5.24%. We think that that may not be completely intended and might be an area for multiple adjustment in a circumstance of rising inflation, but acknowledging that heavy industry has its struggles as well. So I'm not saying saddle it to the max, but that might be a figure that I would recommend if you wanted to see more options or permutations on. We could bring that back for council to try and rebalance that, such that the overall tax burden on residents could maybe come down a little bit by offsetting that increase. Even if that were to get to zero, it would make a $70,000 difference, and it might make about a 1 point some odd difference on the residential side. So just to give you guys a flag of some of the options
that you can bring that up, Craig. That'd be good.
Yep. So
go ahead.
That is very zoomed in.
Yeah, I don't know why. Because that's not what I have on my screen. Technology.
Sorry, do you mind if I?
Yep, go ahead.
Thanks.
Sorry, Sean. Keep going.
No. My speech was over.
Your speech was over.
Yeah.
You can't fill?
I can always fill. Nobody wants to hear me talk. That's what I've learned. But I do think that the multiple compression is something that is more noticeable this year, because there were some classes that saw much more significant increases where other ones saw relatively flat assessment increases. And so if there's ever a year to change the multiples, I think this is one of them where it's going to make some degree of sense for council. If there's any thoughts on that?
No, thank you. And it's good to have that insight into that. So some of us are not number gurus, so it's if I had to tell you I understood all the way the taxes work, I would be lying to you. So questions from council on that? But no, I appreciate the guidance and showing us about the multiples. So any questions from council on that? Councillor Eden.
I was just wondering, thank you. I was just wondering, Trans Mountain isn't going to be here much after the next year and a half. How is this going to?
The increase is actually due to the pipes in the ground.
Okay.
So basically what we were collecting before, they've twinned it, so we've doubled the assessment base for
so
Trans Mountain.
That'll
be a permanent source of revenue for us.
Thank you.
The Trans Mountain camp is outside of City of Merritt boundaries. That's why it didn't have any.
The increase is due to the pipes in the ground. Sorry, I wasn't clear about that. That's a very good question. Just on the screen, you can see what I referred to as the tax burden for a 5% residential tax increase, and then I have the 3% residential. So you can see it adjusts a little bit with the different. So that's where Sean was referring to with, if we change the multiple figure, then we can adjust that. So we just wanted to make you aware of that it's fairly good news with the changes in assessment, which have just been finalized. But we will bring more detailed options back to you at a subsequent meeting.
Councillor Richard.
I was just studying the numbers up there, but I'm kind of thinking your options C and D seem the most, probably, helpful for our budget piece, because if we're planning on putting anything into the reserves that we have for the infrastructure pieces or the asset management and different sections that I know Councillor Newman was bringing up areas of concern at the last meeting.
Yes.
That'd probably be the most helpful, but
Yeah.
with all the requests, though, I haven't really totaled up how that's going to affect everything with it.
And to be fair, we haven't, we've been really busy in finance with between year end and budget, so we haven't got a total number of the costs totally nailed down yet either, but we will. But yeah, I think both options C and D, the 3% and the 5% residential tax increase, with a little bit of tweaking, would provide some good funding, and we would be able to put some money aside into reserves. And that's something to keep in mind, what is comfortable for the taxpayer, because if anything extra that we don't spend, we can put into reserves, which will save the increases down the road. Yeah. So it's kind of a smoothing effect rather than steep ups and downs.
Yeah.
So that's what we'll be aiming to present to you.
Thank you.
Just want to welcome Greg and Melvina. Apparently you two have no life, so welcome to our meeting. So,
you allowed to say that?
Councilor Newman.
And just a question on how common it is for municipalities to change the actual multiple versus going ahead with just a straight tax increase.
I don't know for sure. I know some municipalities, like the larger centers, they look at like the tax burden and they say we're going to get 50% of our taxes from our heavy industry. So then they would constantly be changing their multiples because they're budgeting towards the percentage. They figure out how much tax they need and then they know how much they're collecting from each class. Where the larger the municipality, probably the more they adjust their multiples because their assessment changes aren't excessive.
In the past, Sheila, correct me if I'm wrong, we've changed our multiples here when we've done budget with you before.
Yes, we have.
To hit our targets.
Yes.
And so.
And I think a couple of years ago after I left, probably 2021, for the 2021 budget, there was some adjustments made to reduce light industry to make it more competitive. Mm-hmm. So it is a common thing to do.
CEO Smith?
Yeah, I just wanted to add as well that where in 2021 and 2022, there was a more consistent increase across the board. So 2022, there was actually fairly significant industrial increases. And then those industrial increases really lagged behind the residential. And so I think that if council is aiming to balance the burden between them, there is a need to adjust the multiple. The challenge is as Sheila indicated, Merritt used to have a policy where we did fix the portion that we wanted to charge to say, the portion of the taxes that was going to be borne by heavy industry, light industry, commercial, these various classes. The issue is where you have so few people in the base, it particularly broke down when Toko left. All of a sudden you have a policy that says heavy industry is going to pay this. Your largest heavy industry player leaves and all the other heavy industries like, oh my sweet word, our taxes are about ready to double unless this policy changes. And so you very quickly end up realizing that it works while it works, and as soon as it doesn't, council has to interject to make things a little bit more fair. It's not like you couldn't run the model that we're proposing here. That would be the straight valuation model. I think the other two to probably look at would be one, bringing the industry values to at the very least zero, so you don't have any negative values across the board, and then one where you try to pair it as close to the residential increase as possible. So that would be bringing the residential increase down, bringing the industrial increases up to the spot where it was standard across the board. I think those are probably the three different models that we would bring back for you if there was an interest to adjust multiples.
It'd be good to have that information. Councilor Egan.
I just wanted to add, if we're talking to our citizens, how do we justify, like, what's the difference between 3 and 5% to somebody that's a homeowner?
Okay, I think it was in the staff report, but as well, a 5%, if we did a 5% total tax increase, just for the total amount, the average homeowner would be paying like about $20 less than they paid last year.
Oh, wow.
Because the other ones would be picking up the slack. But if we do a 5% residential, because would bring in, if we bring a 5% residential tax increase in, then that would be $95 for the average homeowner. And a 3% would be 57.
Okay, and what does that mean to businesses?
To businesses, well, it depends on how your assessment went. If how much your assessment changed. We generally look at businesses or residential because they're kind of a fairly uniform the way they're evaluated. Businesses are evaluated a little bit differently, but we could do some calculations on some rough business numbers for you when we present.
Okay, thank you.
But it's important, like when we have the budget open house on the 19th, or when you're talking to the public, just talk to them and see where their concerns are and where their thresholds, where they would feel comfortable, and then we can work with that.
I think through the campaign trail, we all got the message on what they want to see with taxes and where we are on taxes.
Yeah.
And, a sustainable model. I mean, I think everybody realizes that every time the city comes into a new year, everything that we bought last year from other consumers, such as a foot of asphalt or a piece of pipe, that goes up for us.
Yes.
So you have to kind of stay constant, moving, but it's moving at percentages that people can bear.
Yep.
Not 17 or 18 or 31. Those are numbers that you don't ever want to hit. So, but I think most of us on the campaign trail got a fair big earful on that one.
Good.
So I know I did. So, yeah. C.O. Smith.
Just want to add one other point as well, that this year we are fortunate in that there is significant, I'm calling it non-market change, but there's significant increases that weren't coming from taxation. So where you have that $500,000 buffer in a high inflation year, it's what's allowing the more reasonable numbers this year. If the inflation rates continue at the rates that we've been seeing this year, we aren't going to have the same windfalls next year, just to kind of put council on notice from that perspective, which is why from the staff side, if you're kind of erring between two, we would probably lean to the one that gives you a little bit more breathing room this year. Otherwise, you're likely to see a higher spike next year because, for example, we don't have additional tax revenue coming from Nikola Clean Power that year and other things where it's going to soften that blow a little bit. So I really would recommend a degree of caution from council. Do what you need to do for the public, but if you're erring one way or the other between a number, know that next year we aren't going to have the same additional windfalls coming online. As well, I will also say there should be the tax revitalization exemption that kicks in on the Walters property that would start for the 2024 year. And so that's another, not going to be huge, but it's a consideration for council.
Any other questions? Moving on.
Okay. So the main goal of tonight is for the department heads to present what their budget requests are and to answer any questions. We did go over it at a very high level at the last meeting. We've made a couple of changes. We've made a couple of adjustments as we've gone through, and we've picked up a couple of things that we had missed. So I don't know which department you would like to start with.
Let's go with whoever comes to the mic.
The pressure's on.
Well, you know what? Let's do it this way. Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
There's a winner.
There's a winner.
We kind of prepped everybody that Public Works should go last because they've got the most. So
at the last meeting, I gave you a long sheet with everybody's on it. This time I've separated it, so you have recreation. This guy is here presenting recreation, I believe. So there should be a sheet for recreation operating requests and a sheet for recreation capital requests. And they should be right together. If you don't have them, I've got extras here I can pull out. They don't have page numbers. They're on these blue sheets at the end. Yeah, okay. And you'll see in the column there's a page number as to where the backup is for the specific items in the second column, if you're looking for.
Mayor and Council, I'm not sure if you guys want me to go through, starting with operations. We've got 5 lines on the budget in regards to elevator inspections, face mask respirators, damaged ammonia plant panel. If you guys have any questions about those, I can definitely address them.
The face mask respirators, have those already been ordered? I thought
They have been, yes.
Okay, so that one's solved, thank you.
You guys loaded questions on this one.
Yeah, there definitely are a couple when it comes to safety items that these items have been purchased to ensure that our crews have the material, and I am essentially asking for the money to pay for those as I'm holding on to the invoice.
And it's also just to let you know what kind of unusual expenses do come up. And the elevator inspections are just another increased regulatory costs. Councillor Newman has her mic on.
So just a question of the 5 that are on the operations side of the budget. Obviously, 1 has been ordered, leaving 4 more there, and these are all regulatory requests?
Correct, yes. This will be I'll take for example the arena damage, replacing the damaged ammonia plant control panel. So this was a panel that was damaged by a sprinkler head that was froze, and we've got parts ordered to have that replaced, and it's a one-time incurred cost, and we've addressed the issue of if there's ever a sprinkler rupture again, that it will not affect this panel.
Okay.
Yep.
And then, and there's no option for insurance coverage on that due to water damage or anything like that?
No, due to the low value of it, it's not conducive to make a claim on it. It's just eat it cost.
Yep, fair enough, thank you. And the other 3?
The other one, we covered off face masks. The other one, we've got mechanical components assessment report. So this would be a report that we'd hire a contractor to come in and no, I'm not looking at it. Yeah, assessment report. Sorry, we'd hire a contractor to come in and do a report up for us to assist us with creating a budget, assist with our 5-year budget to identify what components are going to be replaced, end of life. It's subject matter experts bringing them in. We can share our information with them of how much servicing we've had on a component, and then they're going to be able to give us a report, one-time cost, to be able to assist us.
And that covers all recreational facilities?
No, just our arena.
Just the arena?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. And the elevator inspections, the higher cost with the arena one versus the city hall one. Our arena elevator was a different classification and we had it replaced. And so the higher inspection fees are now because of the classification of the current elevator. And these are ongoing costs that we will have every year of that amount.
So these will then become line items then going forward?
We already have them as a line item. This is an increased cost.
Increased cost, so they'll just be amended for future years?
Yeah, they'll be amended for ongoing.
Sorry, and just going back to that report, was there any options to take in other recreational facilities at the same time instead of just doing a one-off report for one recreational facility?
We could go that route. I haven't investigated that. The reason why we're focusing on the arena is because age of components, that just boots on the ground knowledge of the long tooth of several of our mechanical components. We want to hit that building as soon as possible.
And I would wager that maybe it might be different subject matter experts for the pool and the arena. So it'd be different consultants.
So Sky, question for myself. This is kind of how we've done it before. We've had it where you've done the big explanation. So I'm just going to ask this question. The 007, the Claybanks RV Rec Center dwelling building. Now, I'm assuming that is us getting ready for that because there's no possible way we're getting to that anytime soon, are we? I don't want to put that as a push to 2024, but it's kind of looking like that, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I can, if we go to the capital, go away from the operational, go to capital. So that's one of the items on here. What I can share with you, and I'll try and summarize this, is quickly as possible. So we have Currently, right now, I'm in consultations with engineers. They're drawing up civil design work. And so the civil design work will be to replace the water, power, and sewer, dig it all up, do new lines to all the sites. We lost a portion of the back corner of it, and so we're looking at a redesign of some of the sites in there, actually moving a road out, taking a couple of the trees out. So all that design work is being done and being worked on, including electrical engineer, because we're going to have to go to a 3-phase power. So all that's getting put together. April 11th, rough draft of Site Park will come to me. April 17th, estimated dates, coordination design sets from all consultants, meetings and design groups, submission of designs to MBC, which is the insurance forensic audit that they'll look at, make sure everything's built back same as. And then hopefully, if everything goes well and they approve everything, somewhere between May 15th and the end of May, we'll issue for tender for the park. Somewhere around the end of June, it'll get awarded, and June to October, estimated construction of having a contractor come in, mob, and do that. So we're talking about fully covered insurance coverage with replacement of utilities in the ground and having all the park sites back up and running. On top of that, the rec center buildings, which was damaged and demolished in the flood, I've got the MBC, the forensic company, has done a forensic audit on what that building would be worth to replace just that building as it is. And so I've asked them to come at me with that number, and then what I'm proposing is that we take that number and then we approve $330,000, and what would be built would be this, which on the bottom floor would be the rec center and an office, and on the top floor would be a suite. So that $330,000 would be to build the suite, essentially, raise the roof off the rec center, build the suite, put the roof on, and then eliminate the 70s trailer that is on site, sell that, get some cash value from that, and have a new facility for the next 40, 50 years.
Okay, good. And the only reason I'm asking is because I wasn't sure what the timeline on that was.
Yeah, we're, insurance coverage wise, we're good until November 17th. And then we want to ensure that it's a 2-year term that we have coverage for. After that, it can be, there'll be a lot more discussions in regards to timelines of what's going to get covered and what isn't.
Joe Smith?
Just wanted to add one point as well, that this is also a potential, it's not going to be world beating, but a revenue generator in the sense that if we add the facility on top of the profile of the rec center, it does open up the area where the trailer currently is for potential adding sites where they wouldn't otherwise be possible. So still gonna have to wait for site design and how that actually works out to figure what the actual numbers come in at. But we do anticipate that we would be getting extra sites in the park by making this change versus leaving it as the much older mobile.
Councilor Newman?
What's the annual revenue, or I guess obviously prior to the floods, what was the annual revenue at Claybanks?
With that contractor that was in place, it was a 63-37% cost sharing, where the contractor took the 63% to run the park of revenue. And I'm going to throw you an estimated number of about $240,000, I believe, in the year before the flood. Gross, yeah.
So we got the 7% of that?
Yes.
37% minus what we spend yearly on that for attending to things on city behalf.
So it's I think it's averaged around about $80,000. Does it make sense?
I can't pull that number in my head, but
I'm
ballpark.
pretty sure.
Yeah.
Close.
And we cover all costs over $200, do we not?
We do, yeah. If there's a $800 Excel hand dryer, we cover that. If there is a $110 planter that gets driven over, the contractor covers that. Anything over, I believe it's $250.
So is there a policy in place for Claybanks, or is this up for discussion going forward once it's rebuilt for the 60-70 split, or is everything, I'm wondering if that's been reviewed anytime recently.
Yep. I can speak to that. So currently right now, our contract with the contractor, the agreement with the contractor that was in place has expired. The Zalambabas, Mirko and Maria that ran it, They have assisted me with the park rebuild. They've offered experience in creating new location sites and layout. They're interested in returning as contractors once the park is built. They themselves, being underinsured, like a lot of Merritt residents, did not get any coverage on the thousands of dollars worth of equipment that they lost in the flood. So talks with them. I've been in very close contact with them. Their personal belongings are still in the trailer that is there, and the intent would be to enter into talks to see what they're looking at doing and what is the best interest of the city to move forward. But we're looking to get the park rebuilt first and to ensure that we can get a contractor back in there to run it.
So if I can just answer that too, when we've renewed the contracts are usually for 3 years?
Yep.
3 years, and then with the possible extensions. It's been negotiated. The fees, what they can charge for the rental sites is part of our fees and charges bylaw, is part of the city's fees and charges bylaw. So with establishing a new contract, it can be reviewed to see how the split would work or what costs are covered.
Yeah, we go out for competitive procurement on this each time, and it comes back with a number. The number for these contractors is different than what the previous contractor was. What I will say is, even though the split currently is lower than what the previous contractor was, the revenue generated is actually higher, to the point where the municipal split is higher, despite the fact we're taking a lower percentage than we did previously. So we can bring that back, and what you'll see is the next time it will definitely come back is when we either that contract officially dies and doesn't get renewed, or we bring it back for a competitive process.
Just curious, when you're talking about a recreation center with a suite above, what would you be including in that recreation center?
The recreation center was just an open concept recreation center. It was an open room, similar to this. Had a kitchen sink, had a fridge, and had a restroom and a utility room in it. So it would be, I believe, 19 by 27 is the recreation room. We set up folding tables. People have groups of Good Samaritans Club, whatever it is, campers, RVers. They come in there and they're like, hey, we want to be able to have our dinner tonight, potluck, great. They can all sit together in there and wipe everything up and wash their hands and have a restroom in that facility. So yeah, it was located in the very back of the park. It was a white vinyl building that had some shadow art on it. So we'd be looking to just replace that same rec center. Bare walls, no arcade or a mini golf or anything like that. It's just literally a gathering area that's sheltered from possible Merritt wind.
Thank you. Councilor Oldham.
So my question is regarding the current revenue versus the potential revenue. So it was mentioned that right now it's an average of 80,000 after expenses. So if it's decided that the rec center will be built, so that is going to be a potential new revenue. Have we done any kind of projections of how that amount would show for revenue?
Councillor, so we had an existing rec center that was already on the site, and it was just, it didn't generate revenue. It was there kind of like a horseshoe pits, just an amenity that campers and RVers can use. We'd be looking to offer that same thing when it's rebuilt, to have an area to gather and use as a rec center, a gathering place. We wouldn't actually gain any revenue off of it. It would, the rec center itself would be rebuilt with insurance dollars to be replaced, so no cost there. The added cost, the $330 to build a suite above, that is just to replace the aging trailer that's on site and include an office in it for shared utilities, one AC unit, one heater, one Rinnai water heater, all that stuff, all in one building.
So just to be clear, the potential revenue would be where the trailer sits right now. So it can be rented as a pad.
Yeah. Sorry, yes. Yeah, if that created the opportunity to have 3 new pull-throughs for RVs, those sites would then generate revenue daily, weekly, monthly, whenever they're rented out. It would have, we could create an estimate of what that would look like off of what other pull-through sites are, estimating whether we're full year-round, winter sites, that sort of thing. But yeah, it definitely has the potential to have 2 or 3 sites rented.
So based on your report here, the 330 is just to pay for the suite that's being built above that. So 330,000 for about 500 square feet of living space?
It's about 900 square feet, I
Okay, well, you
believe.
said 19 by 27, so that's 500.
So that was just the rec room.
Okay.
Yeah, so just the rec room portion. Off of that, there's an office downstairs as well.
So will the office be in the rec room area?
No, there'll be a wall with a door entering it. So when people would come in, I can distribute a set of plans. You guys can take a look at it if you like. If you are going to approach the building, on the left-hand side, there'll be a ramp, accessibility ramp going into an office. Office is going to be about 8 feet wide to the length of the building with storage in the back. When you go into that office on your right, there'll be a door that will enter into the rec room, which will house an accessibility bathroom and another bathroom and a sink and a stove, or pardon me, a sink and a fridge. And that will be the rec room area. On the left-hand side of the building, there'll be a set of stairs that go up to the 900 square foot one-bedroom suite.
Yeah, no, it makes sense that they'll pay for the rec building replacement and any damaged lines, because indemnity should, if it's replaced on the same site, that makes sense. And of course, they wouldn't pay for any additions, but so as it stands, if we don't fund the 330, they'll still fund that building, just a single dwelling unit, and we would have to do that later if we don't approve it. And the mobile home is livable with some repair.
Absolutely correct.
So that is an option. We could just repair the skirting on the mobile.
Already repaired.
Well, okay.
Yep. Mobile's fully functional right now.
It's just old. Yeah.
Yeah, just aging. The only thing is we do have to replace the diesel burning furnace that is in the trailer. That's the last item that insurance isn't going to cover, that we will cover.
Did we not have a boiler and machinery policy on it? To cover that against an overland flood under the deductible? Because with the loss over 50,000, they didn't waive the deductible and cover that under boiler and machinery? I'm just wondering.
Yeah, you know what, on its entirety, I believe our $50,000 did get covered, but on that policy, the inside of the trailer didn't get damaged. It was the inside of the skirting that did. So I'm just saying that the issues that we've had with that furnace are it's not flood related.
If I can interject here, I think the issue is the contractors that were living in the trailer were getting, it was their contents insurance that was having an issue with the oil or the diesel furnace.
It's just, the only reason I was wondering is sometimes if the moisture in the had contributed to the failure of the equipment, sometimes insurance company can be.
I just know in the past when we changed contractors and they went to a new insurance company, we had to do various upgrades to the furnace and stuff over the years.
I just, if it's the same loss, sometimes without having a separate deductible, they'll allow it, but I don't know what our city policy covers.
Guy will add that to his list of things.
Yeah. So just to be clear, there are two options with this. You have an option of approving that and going potentially with this and putting the suite above it, combining it, selling a trailer for value, and then potentially gaining a couple spots in the park for revenue. Option B would be to not approve the 330, just stick with insurance coverage, find another site to build just the natural rec center there, and make sure that the utilities and the civil design are connected to that location.
Before we finalize this, I do think that so we can bring back. We'll wait and see what the actual design looks like, whether it's 2 or 3 pull-throughs, but we can bring through the additional revenue projections for that. What we aren't going to be able to do, but I do expect that we will get, is when you have a 70s trailer versus a nice new unit, I expect it will affect the revenue split projections because you're providing nicer accommodations than what you would otherwise have. Again, lots of people are going to bid on this. It's a competitive process. If we're saying, hey, we'll put you up in this lovely mobile home, that might not go over as well, and people might be willing to concede a few percent to say, hey, we're going to put you up in a brand new 900 square foot 1-bedroom facility, but it's nice. And so I can't say with any degree of certainty how that's going to affect the contractor bidding process, but we've had a conversation. We think there's a pretty reasonable chance that it might affect the way those bids come in.
No, I wasn't picking on anything because I thought 900 square feet at approximately 300,000 is typical residential construction costs, but I was just wanting to make sure that I asked all the questions. Can't let you off easy,
There are options of even just doing it to a shell initially and then finishing it at a later date too.
Councillor Charney?
So you have replaced the screen already on this trailer?
The skirting?
Yes?
Yes, insurance has covered that, yes.
But it has been replaced?
It has been replaced.
So even though you're thinking of demolishing it, the skirting was put in place already?
Correct, yes. We had insurance coverage on the damage that was suffered, the trailer suffered. Installation underneath, cleaning out underneath, and then redoing the skirting. So yes, I asked the insurance company to 100% put that back.
How much did they put into that building that you are now proposing we get rid of?
I don't have the number in front of me. I would estimate probably in the ballpark, I'd say $20,000.
Okay. Have you looked at a modular home versus building on top of the rec center? The difference in cost between the building up and a modular home?
I haven't looked into it particular for this project. I could estimate off of homes that we've replaced in Diamondville Trailer Park of the vicinity of 240, I believe, about $240,000.
And they're bigger than your 900 square feet?
No.
No? There's different layouts. There's 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. Some would be very similar. Obviously 3 bedrooms would be a little bit larger than that. But I'll say that if we're going to go the route of adding new, I think I would highly recommend that we add it on top of an existing footprint so that we can add the potential
revenue
units, or add the pull-through sites as well. Yeah. So not like I'm not in any way trying to discount that. If council wants to consider another.
I just find it really hard in this day and age now to, you know, the way the economy is going is to spend $330 on a facility. I understand it's an old trailer. Is it possible to put in new flooring, new this, new that, to spruce it up, that we could get through, instead of spending $330,000, in my opinion right now, is a large expense for something that could be repaired and fixed up. And considering you've already put money into it, I just have a hard time swallowing the $330.
Okay, so just a couple items I can speak to. So city taxpayers' dollars, not a cent went into that trailer. So it was 100% covered by
I understand that, but
money.
it was still money that was spent on something that could potentially just be ripped out.
Right. No, that skirting would go along with that trailer in a sale. So the skirting these days, when they build it, it actually has to be able to flex from the ground to meet code. So that skirting would go along with the exterior deck with the add-on that's on that trailer. Someone would take that. I'm not sure what value we would get for that, but that would all go in one. The driving factor for myself of combining the two, when you talk about new furnaces or heat pumps, you talk about water heaters. So we've designed it so that we just have one water heater so that it would feed that sink down in the rec room as well as the 900 square foot suite above. Anything in regards to when you look at it where if you try to build a full-on suite with the walls, the foundation, and a roof over it for $330,000 today, you would not be able to do that. I can promise you that. I've definitely looked into that. Whereas in this case, we're getting the foundation, we're getting the whole bottom floor basically built, and then our cost at $330 is just to lift that roof off that's covered by insurance as well, build that suite, put the roof back on it, and that's the $330. Sheila mentioned, because I had mentioned to her as well, that potentially depending on availability and pricing of things, I built a house last year. It was $60 for a sheet of OSB. I personally have sold that sheet for $7. And so fluctuations and availability of things, if we can get that suite back up and running, if we can find deals on appliances, flooring, anything that can be in-house completed by our maintenance department, potentially there are some savings that we could put towards it that way to ensure that we keep it within that 330. Yeah, we have options. So it's I'm definitely comfortable with that 330 that I can make it happen for that, but it is an option to not do that and just have that rec center rebuilt on site and not spend any extra money.
Councilor Newman.
So
A few things. First off, I'm just wondering, is the trailer that is scheduled to turn into the rec center, the one we're speaking about right now, can it be relocated to a different spot in the park, allowing this additional revenue for the sites that it's currently on? Like if we were to relocate it within the park itself?
So we have the living accommodations that have the office, currently right now.
The trailer we're speaking.
The trailer, the trailer, living accommodations is the trailer, and the office is attached to it currently right now. There currently is not another spot where we could move that to without eliminating other spots. So on the new redesign, we have all the sites in the park that if I was
to... It's not designed, the new design has not gone in yet.
Correct.
So we could not, so can we move the trailer? Right now it could be potentially on a site that it could be revenue, and then if we move it anywhere else, it could be on a revenue site. I understand that, but can it be moved to a better location?
It might not make sense to, because we would, maybe we could do a redesign and skinny up some other lots where RVs would park, but the office and that trailer, the location of them has to be at the front of the park, so that when people pull in, they don't go into the park, they stop at the office. So it has to be near the front of the park where it's currently located, and where I'm proposing to have the new facility and office is at the front of the park.
I understand that. For aesthetics for a campground, I get that you would want it at the front, but if it's a resident who's staying in it, essentially you could have that office anywhere within the park's gated area and have that attendant attend the sites to check on people who stay there. Like I'm wondering, I've been through a campground revitalization plan and I've seen different options and revenue that you can get from a campground, and I think 100% I stand behind this project as a whole, but I'm just wondering, the different aspects that have been looked at going into this, or if it's the best bang for the buck, following up on what Councillor Charney said. I think that we can get a lot of revenue from this once it's up and operational. I'm just not sure that A, the location, B, putting a suite in. Quite often you can put out requests for people and they want to come in the summer months in their own trailer and stay in their giant fifth wheels that they've already purchased, and they're quite happy doing that without being in a suite specifically. So there's options out there. So I just want to be sure that we've, in the chance that we're sitting in right now where we can start from square one, if we've looked at all of these avenues prior to putting the money into the rec center, so to speak, or sorry, into the suite.
CEO Smith?
Thank you. So I hear that there's questions from council. I'll say something, and I think it's important, and I say it because we're a new team working together. It really does help. I'm going to say that we hear the comments here, maximize the revenue, the footprint, and you are ultimately going to make the go, no-go decision on that. When we get into the levels, I think the specificity we've been talking about, skirting what we're doing with the generator and other things, specific locations, is it going to make the most sense to move something somewhere else and maximize revenue by doing that? I would really appreciate the latitudes to be able to say, give us instructions, we will take that instructions and make it happen as best as possible. I think it's very hard if this is ultimately a council design project where we're going to have to say, hey, insurer, we can't give you any decisions right now. We need to take this back and keep going back and forth. I'm not saying that if you guys tell us that's how this has to work, great, we'll make it happen. I think it'll work really poorly because I think that we're going to end up going back and forth a lot. So if you want to give some high level policy, this is what we want to see on that, we will implement that with the utmost duty in doing it. I can tell you we've heard in this that you want us to explore permutations, but if council is saying, hey, we want to run this project, we want to pick the locations where it is, really, really hard spot for staff to be in, and I'm just going to throw that one out there, and you're allowed to blast me on it.
Well, we're going to be revisiting all of this as we move along, so tonight is just a brief I mean, we don't want to hear till 12 o'clock, so.
Yeah.
You know, we will have the ability to address this a little bit more deeply. So I guess council can sharpen their pencils and write down what they would like. But I think we'll continue and let you finish and move on, and then we can have other questions. So.
Good.
I just want to say, while Sky's getting organized, that a lot of the recreation projects that are on this list would qualify for gas tax funding. So unfortunately, we can't spend it at the fire hall, but we can spend it at the pool.
But since their lights have been blinking, I'm going to let the last Councillor Richard.
In a perfect world, it sounds great to have the residential site be above the office, because mobile homes don't exactly have the same kind of lifespan of a frame dwelling. So in that respect, I think it's a great idea, especially if you can have 3 extra spots that generate revenue, even at a 37% share. That's more revenue than we're going to get. And with the new design, maybe we'll have higher fees, which will bring us more revenue overall. So that's a positive. My only concern is if we're spending about 4% of our annual budget on this increase, that's where we have to be careful, and only because of what happened with things like the sports box in the past. So that's where we're being cautious, because if we're not, well, we'll pay for it later, like in 2026. So I'm being honest. That's why we're asking all these questions.
Somebody had to bring up the sports box.
Well, somebody was going to, so it may as well be me. So I think that if we're not asking the questions, we're not being careful. But I do appreciate the information. I don't want to sound like I'm complaining about anything. I just am asking questions.
We'll have plenty of opportunity to beat these to death. Councillor Egan?
Thank you. I just wanted to add that, having spent time in that park myself and knowing people that have run it before, I think that the location of the trailer or for the new development is in the right spot. I didn't realize that there was actually an area where people could go and there was a shelter for, having gatherings. And if that's going to increase extra revenue, then I would also like to approve the development of that recreation center and the dwelling above. I just think, the square footage of that place is really small. It's used to the maximum from what I have seen, having known people that live there probably 6 months of the year, as well as other people that come. And a lot of those slips are very, very tiny anyways, especially in the far end. Anyways, that's just my opinion. I just wanted to give my 2 cents worth.
Yeah, and the recreation building was used fairly extensively. Every year the Airstream Club would come here and fill that place up, and then they would gather in the recreation center, and then we would go and visit with them. So it does happen. So I'll leave it to you. Scott. Councillor Charney.
Do you know approximately how much the income for one site would be per year?
I can tell you monthly. We got 2 different rates, an off-season rate and a high-season rate. The high-season rate is monthly $950 a month, plus they pay their own hydro, and $650 in the winter.
But you don't know if these 3 sites would be permanent or they would be seasonal, on and off, transient people?
I don't. And something else that I can add is that as we work through with the engineer for the civil design, if they come back and identify what's in the ground, that it's not feasible to build this proposed building where I want it, the build site could be actually where that trailer is.
Okay.
Depending on what's in the ground there as well. So it's so early in the preliminary design of that I just needed to make sure that was thrown out there, that we've been talking about 2 or 3 sites that could be added, sell the trailer, do that. It might end up being that trailer is sold for revenue, and that the building, potentially a new office, is built right on that site. So
I'd also like to elaborate on what Councillor Newman said. Provincial parks, even some private parks, the person in charge, the park manager, does bring in their own unit for that 6-month season. So that would, eliminate a large cost there.
Yeah.
And, facilities. Pardon?
Yeah, I can just kind of add to that too, that 2 different things. Some RV parks might be designed that way, but I definitely agree that camping spots, we'll take Monk Park, you come in, you drive in, you find your spot, you select it, they come around, they take your payment, In this park, we have, I believe there's 8 different designs for pull-throughs and different size of RVs. So they have to stop and they be assigned their spot. This is where you can fit. This is your 30 amp service. This is your 50.
Oh, yeah, I understand that.
Okay.
I'm just saying that the park manager provides their own RV. And the park has the free utilities for them. They just plug in, and instead of having a facility built for them, they bring in their own RV.
Oh, I see where you're going with that. Yeah.
And I was going to ask for a picture of the park, but I see it's up there now.
Yeah.
This is post-flood. That's why we didn't have one before.
Excuse me, when they do live there all year round.
There are full-time residents there,
No, I'm talking about the caretakers. They're there all year round.
but not provincial parks.
No, at Claybank.
Oh, I know. Oh, okay.
Councilor Newman.
Just a question, outside of the specifics of the park itself, do we have a Claybanks master plan that council has ever seen, discussed? Like, or is this just, we are rebuilding to what was there and there's not, like, because this discussion can frankly go on for hours about the specifics of this, but I'm just wondering, is there an opportunity to review the business plan of the park itself? Not necessarily, where the sites are and everything, but this could be a huge income generator for our taxpayers, whichever way we look at it. And I would like to think that we have an opportunity to review when whether there's a host, how the host looks, the site costs. I think that's something that when it comes to gaining income from something in our community for our taxpayers, I think, and I see the interest, at least from what I can tell, the council is very interested in this, whichever way it rolls out. So I'm just wondering, and I see the request, we can discuss that as it is, but is there an opportunity, or how do we review Claybanks as a whole so that we have the best opportunity to make the best decision for what the game plan is for the park, whether it be monthly rentals, pull-throughs, whatever the situation is. I think there might be an opportunity for greater income, and I don't know how that looks.
Okay. As our CEO mentioned earlier, that if council wanted to discuss that, to say, hey, this is what we want to look at. We want to look at a park as a whole. We want to have input on monthly, weekly rates, whatever it is. That's definitely something that can happen. I can only share that the estimated upwards of $2 million worth of insurance coverage to rebuild this ends November 16th. Yeah, and the biggest weight was getting the report back from the dike design, because there was potential to lose a lot of the park. And so once we got that back, it was guns a-blazing to get these engineers rolling to ensure that we can get this product done and checks signed to us for insurance coverage before they have their lawyers talking to our lawyers.
Sorry, then just to follow up on that, then because we have to have this done by November 17th of this year, there is detailed site plans for everything right now available? Because aside from this request, I haven't seen those yet. So I'm just.
So draft right now. So insurance will only cover what was there. So the draft, the only changes are in the bottom corner of this, where the river took away a substantial chunk of land. Mm-hmm. So that redesign of those lots that got put in there, that lower road that paralleled the Coldwater River now will cut in sooner. So as vehicles approach and go down to that corner, they can pull into these newly designed spots. All the other park design and layout and spacing is going to stay the same. Just all the underground utilities are going to be dug up or replaced, I guess.
So then a question of staff, can we get a report, or is there a report available that would break down the revenue aspects of this park? There.
We have
generate that.
And statements that we get. We have invoices that we get from the contractor. They submit them to us, and we have these that we could show you. But is there a master plan? No. I think you guys will recall that we had a conversation at council where we wanted to master plan this. We had the insurers come back and say, hey, we're going to give you, 40 cents on the dollar if you want to do anything that wasn't what was there before, we very quickly say, well, I can guarantee you what's not going to be in the best interest of Merrittonians is taking 40 cents on the dollar on a $2 million claim. So I am not in any way disagreeing. If there's a change in model, which I think is what I'm hearing more than a change in design, is this something that we want to run ourselves? Is this something that we want to somehow change and have a fixed fee structure? Of course, absolutely we can. I will acknowledge that I think that if you want an outside contractor to run it, you're going to have to run it at a spot that still going to be a competitive process, but it's got to make sense for them too. If you want the city to run it, we can look at those models. It's not like we don't run other facilities.
We've already done that. We actually considered selling this at one time.
Yeah, it's been around the block. So I can promise you that we've heard your take on this. I do think that you've kind of heard our perspective, and that it's going to get built back substantially the same because we don't have a whole lot of choice with it. But if the goal is cut the second floor, awesome. If the goal is leave the second floor, awesome. We're gonna take that. We'll get some more information for you for the next meeting and go from there.
Councillor Richard.
The only thing that I wanted to add, we really have to pull the Band-Aid with this one because he has to submit intent to replace the dwelling or the building that's there. Otherwise, he'll run out of time. So if we're gonna build that, we really have to let him know because there's that 2-year window where the claim prescribes. So even if it's not finished being built, he at least has to say this is the intent. So we really have to just decide.
And like I say, there'll be more conversation on this as we move along. So I'll get you to wrap up, Sky, and we'll move on.
Okay, that was definitely a big one and a big ask. I do have other capital projects in regards to ones that are identified, like the Nickel Valley Memorial Arena second floor stairs, the egress off the second floor. And this is in the mechanical room, the ammonia plant. There's a second floor, and these stairs would egress out in between the curling building and the arena. And it was identified that the current stairs that are there do not meet code and they need to be replaced. So that's one of them, highest on my list. Everything else, if there's something that jumps out, please let me know. Furniture, optics wise, you guys have walked by our furniture here, Civic Center. It's past its life expectancy. And so we're looking at replacing that with durable commercial grade, something that will last and get us hopefully what we got lifespan out of this stuff. The LED lighting in parks, safety, making sure that they're lit up for not only our staff, but our contractors, janitors, that sort of stuff, lighting up the areas a lot better than it was, and going with LED. Nickel Valley Memorial Arena concrete floor replacement. This is in the back where the ice cleaner parks. It's a heated floor system in there. Through the years that's broke down, essentially. The concrete's falling. It needs to be replaced. It's currently leaking and has been quasi-patched. Whiteboards are fairly straightforward. We have an ongoing Nickel Valley Aquatic Center gym equipment replacement. So whether it's treadmill, whether it's bikes, whether it's whatever component that we find on sale that is going to replace a piece of equipment that's in our gym. The current equipment that is in our gym is original and was bought used back in the day. So it's still has some life in it, but we are going to continue to replace it with newer technology and newer equipment. Another large project is at our aquatic center for tile replacement, as well as at that same time while we're doing the tiles in the showers, we're looking at replacing all of our valves as well, rather than doing any kind of future tile replacement work. These valves, again, have been there and we've suffered leaks and we've had to chip away at it and get a contractor in to replace those valves. So we're looking at replacing all the tile and doing the valves at the same time. So everything is refreshed and renewed. Nicola Valley Memorial Arena dumpster, a dumpster relocation, so where they are on the Garcia side, near the front of the building. This would be looking at putting them down towards Merritt Avenue on that corner and away from the building, and have a different design of the enclosure. So this current location invites undesirables in the area to come to that area, and we have been instructing staff to park in that area to allow for more patron parking spaces in our facilities outside of the pool. But it has been brought up year after year with safety issues, no matter the lighting, how much lighting you put in that area. It's we have people going through the dumpsters and going in and around and behind them. And when staff's parked, there has been occasions where people have walked and approached staff, and staff has re-entered their vehicle, locked their doors, and waited it out. So we're looking at just moving that location to the far end of the parking lot, away from where we would have staff parking. Bandshell Gate is at Rotary Park. We got some quotes into, this would look at where you have your opening when you look at Rotary Park and the walls go in. This gate would come down and close the park off and lock that, the bandshell off, and essentially lock that opening from people camping, burning the walls. There's been a lot of vandalism, graffiti inside there, and some camping. It's got a roof over it. It's out of the elements, and super cold on that concrete floor, but they have been in there, and we've had to clean up after them and get them out of there. So this would be one of those, or pardon me, this would be that project, and that's what it would entail, would be cording that off. And the last one here quickly is the Memorial Arena benches, and this is, we got a quote to extend the benches, the bench area, so players' benches, extending that out one way, visitors' bench, extending that out, and then look at the penalty boxes as well on each side of them, that what's feasible and what isn't, to possibly do extensions off of that as well to essentially gain elbow room. So if you have any questions about any of those, we can dive in. You bet.
I think it's pretty, hold on, Councillor Charney.
The relocation of the dumpster, do you not think you're going to have exactly the same problem no matter where you relocate this dumpster? Is it presently locked so people cannot go into the dumpster? Because to me, dumpsters, no matter where they are, certain individuals seem to congregate around them. And so I don't think changing the location is really going to do much. And, you know, staff parking, maybe they have to, I don't know, go on the road, I don't know.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So, so currently right now we have 2 blue dumpsters, and they are surrounded by a concrete piece of 2 block that's about 6 feet high. And then there's a space in between that wall and the actual arena. So the individuals that are attending the dumpster location are not just in the dumpster area, but they're around behind the dumpster as well. So we have been instructing staff to come in, shine the parking light. So staff comes in at 5:30 in the morning, obviously, and it's dark, and leaves at dark different times of the year. So we've been instructing them to come in and try and shine their lights on. Yeah, there it is right there. And to ensure that if they can see that there's someone behind it, and then if there is, or anyone in the location of the dumpsters in and behind them themselves, then to go and park in the other parking lot.
Why couldn't you just take that enclosure out? And that would solve that problem and put the dumpsters further in, and that would stop them, because, yeah, I can see how they're going to go in there because there's room on either side. But if you eliminated that concrete wall and locked them.
Yeah, Councillor Charney, we actually have a design for all commercial dumpsters, and the design is that design where we have a horseshoe, and so that those dumpsters can be blocked off from public view, so that aesthetically it's just not dumpsters that are overflowing. If the intent is that if debris does come out of them, that they're caught, if the wind pulls them out or whatever, that they're within that horseshoe as well. inside, and on that design, there's no posts, so that when the commercial bin brings it back down, they put it against the no post so that it's in there. There is some potential for putting no posts out in the open, but we would have to look at a larger picture, I guess, of saying we're going to change that and not have that enclosure put in place for commercial operations or commercial bins. So currently right now, this proposal is just following that, saying, hey, we're going to rebuild this at the other end of the parking lot and have our bins in there and be able to close the gates. And at one point in time, the gates were damaged on this and they haven't been replaced, but it is wide open on the inside, but they do go on the outs in behind it. And we can't put them right up against the concrete because you'll suffer damage from the truck putting them back down and sliding them in. And so there's no posts in behind there that they butt up against to ensure that they're in deep enough but not hitting the wall. So
Okay.
there's a few design items on that.
Yeah, I mean, aesthetically wise, to me, a dumpster is a dumpster, and it shouldn't be overflowing. You know, that would be, in my opinion, the city to be responsible to make sure it doesn't overflow. And I don't think relocating is going to solve the problem. And second question I have is whiteboards. I'm sorry, Sean. I know Sean loves his whiteboards.
These aren't even mine, but I'm going to defend them.
I know he is. But do they need to really be replaced? Like, I see Sean write on these whiteboards all the time, and they look pretty good to me.
So,
Yeah, he just needs new pens and maybe an eraser, but to me, you're spending, what is it, $5,000 on whiteboards. And, you know, I think that's something that we could put off and not do that one immediately. Those are my two, dumpster and the whiteboards.
But one thing, Councillor Tron, you have to realize those buildings get used a lot of presentations go on in there. And when the whiteboards start to fail like they are now, the presentation doesn't look as sweet as it should. I'm just saying that. That's all I'm saying. Councillor Egan.
Going back to the dumpsters, I think that there's a bit of an issue going both ways with relocation or keeping them the same. I can understand that there's a lot of street people that would like to go behind the dumpsters right now because there is a space where there's wind protection. Whether or not they go through the dumpsters is really no concern of mine. However, I can understand that the staff might feel a little bit insecure. But if you move them, then there's the other issue that comes up for the people that have to take the garbage to the dumpsters. And that's a long stretch in the cold weather, mostly. So then there's the safety and security of that walk. So, you know, it's, what do you do? Left hand, right hand.
And these are the discussions that you'll have as we discuss this, as we move on.
Yeah. Council, that was actually talked about. So at the arena, it's only arena personnel that do bring the garbage. And whether you're coming out of one end of the building or the other, they do have access to be able to come out the back. And so it's a shorter distance from the back garbage and a longer distance from the front. Whereas right now they have a longer distance from the back as they have to carry it to the front. So we're kind of, unless we were to put it right in the middle, which would be better for the arena attendants, but wouldn't.
What about the women that run the concessions?
I'm actually not aware if they bring their garbage out or not, or if it's.
They would, or they have a designated area where they drop it off.
Yeah, and then our arena attendants bring it out. I thought that was, I could be wrong though on that one, but yeah.
Councillor Richard.
I think the garbage enclosure is kind of needed because you have a lot of people trying to damage garbage cans or stuff them full of stuff, and half the town won't go to the dump. So I think we really need to think about the enclosure.
Well, it's
and safety. People are going to try breaking into them anyway.
It's a process. So
yeah,
I mean, we're going to end up with dumpsters blowing across the parking lot. So
yeah,
I will. Oh, Councillor Newman.
Just briefly on the list, with the exception of clay banks, obviously we discussed that at length, but of these, are there any that are either like that are mandatory due to regulations or anything like that, or I would think there's some, like as far as equipment, that need to happen to stop further decay of other equipment from happening. But I'm just, if you could quickly let me know what are the ones that are absolutely a necessity to get done this year.
I could. The Nicola Valley Memorial Arena second floor stairs are a must. The Nicola Valley Memorial Arena concrete floor is a must. And then it moves into my operational items. If we're talking must have, yeah.
Can I just ask you, I don't see where it says Memorial Arena stairs replacement between the arena and the curling club. Where does that fit into this list?
So
It's on the top.
on the very top.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a
sorry.
second top.
We had that same issue this afternoon when we
Yeah.
were going over the list.
All right.
That's the one referring to page 78?
Yep.
Okay. So that is the necessity, and so the other was?
The concrete floor in the back, and that is page 217, I believe.
I just wanted to clarify, MCC stands for the Merritt Civic Center, so it's not for this building for the whiteboards. So it's just an acronym that we're using. So I just wanted to clarify.
And
Because we have a lot of acronyms in there and, short abbreviations, and I think Councillor Charlie was thinking it was for here. But it's for the Civic Center where they do rent out the space for trainings and different things like that.
And we are looking
I
to,
don't see the concrete floor.
Very top. Oh, sorry.
No, it's the one that's listed with page 217 in the column.
Yeah, it's number 7. It says ice cleaner location for replacement. It doesn't say concrete.
sorry.
Sorry, just one last question in regards to the paint of the pool. Obviously, the pool is heavily used. I'm just wondering if you could tell me the last time it was painted?
The last time the leisure pool was painted was last year.
So this is an annual request then?
This request would be to actually sandblast and start again. So there's about 7 or 8 estimated layers of paint that have been sanded and then resurfaced with a primer and a paint. And so we brought a contractor in, and he gave us the assessment and said, hey, you guys can repaint this again, but you could end up getting more flakes. It's likely time that you guys get it back down to the bones and put a primer on it and repaint it, and essentially a first fresh coat of paint again.
It's peeling like a mandarin orange at Christmas time.
Yeah, no, and fair enough, and I understand that. So then what are we looking at going forward as far as, so if it got painted last year and we did
5 year for this contractor said when he sandblasts it, primes and paints it, he's guaranteeing it for 5 years that we won't have to repaint it.
So $45,000 this year and then nothing for the next 5?
Correct, yes. Okay. And in the past years, we've actually, in the September shutdown, when our pool shuts down, for the past 3 years, we have repainted that in-house. Our maintenance team, we threw 40 hours a week, and they sanded it, they primed it, and they painted it. And last year we had some chips. This year, there's a lot. And
there's been an occasion where a child ended up with a paint chip in the eye. And
or under a toenail.
Yeah.
A couple first aids.
It's been some issues.
Okay, so, and then going forward though, so that's something for council to consider, and this is where I always come into the reserves. If this is something that is a major project that is likely to occur every 5 years, not only should we be considering paying the $45,000 this year, but we should be considering having money socked away going forward to have this happen in another 5 years.
Not necessarily. In 5 years from now, 4 years, 6 years, 8 years, whatever it is, when we identify that the pool has to be repainted, we can repaint that in-house and have our own crews repaint it. A lot of this cost is sandblasting, cleanup, hoarding it so that it doesn't go everywhere, all the dust, all that stuff. So this is a very large number compared to what we've spent in material and then union labor to be able to do it for the past few years. So it would be substantially less. And we've actually, I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I think we're done. Thank you, Sky.
Thank you very much for your time, everyone. Thank you.
Take the rest of the day off with pay. Maybe we could get fire chief up in case he gets buzzed and has to go.
I've got coverage tonight.
Oh, okay, then sit back down.
Wrong answer.
No, I'm kidding. Kidding. Thank you, Sky.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Worship, members of council.
Oh, okay. Sure. So we're currently looking at the operating requests for the fire department. Sheila's numbering versus my numbering is a little different, so it's going to take me a little bit to find my sheets to go through. But at the top of the list, of her list, is the suppression safety supplies. A significant increase, and this really revolves around the contaminated turnout gear that was suffered at the Ransom Street structure fire, where we were grossly contaminated with essential oils, of all things. That gear was sent away for third-party testing, and they could not confirm that all the Class 2 combustible liquids, which is at the same standard as diesel, could be removed from our turnout gear, so it had to be destroyed. We have already made some purchases because that left our firefighters without gear, and of course we had to pay a premium at the time to get it here in a timely manner. So that, for the most part, that process has already taken place.
I just want to comment, it feels really needy that firefighters would be upset about not having gear that lights on fire.
Yeah.
Really like you guys to do tough enough.
Yes. The hall smelled delightful. That's about the only thing I can say to that. Is there any questions with respect to that item and the replacement turnout gear? We typically replace 6 sets a year as part of a 10-year replacement program, which is a requirement of NFPA in order to ensure that our firefighters' gear still meets the requirements for thermal protection, as well as the vapor barriers that protect us from steam and carcinogens and things like that. So gear goes away for regular testing to ensure it still meets those standards. When it fails, if it can't be repaired, and looking at its kind of lifespan, then it is taken out of service. The second item is with respect to employee recognition. This is just accounting for the costs of hosting an annual firefighter appreciation dinner. Typically, this is something that council does. We organize it on your behalf. Those numbers have not increased over the years, and just from an inflationary point of view, it costs more. We typically bring in a keynote speaker, and of course there are awards for certain milestones and things like that for our members. And this is really focused at our paid-on-call volunteers. If there's no questions, personnel training, we're looking at career staff. Just during COVID, we wheeled back any training or professional development for our career staff. Of course, our numbers have increased by 2 in a couple of years ago, and we need to get people back out so that we can still continue to meet things like the playbook standard and maintain those certifications that require recertification. Safety supplies. Safety supplies is typically personal protective equipment, uniform items for the career employees. We do have a focus on winter wear for all of us. We did lose some stuff during the flooding, items that had to be removed. This is just an increase to ensure that we can, one, put our people in uniforms, ensure they have the proper personal protective equipment, focused solely at the career members. Communication supplies. This is the fire department taking on the replacement of the Toughbook laptops that are in our fire apparatus, which forms part of our mobile computer-aided dispatching system. The oldest ones are coming on 6 years of age, and consideration of just replacing this hardware in a manner, because these systems are mission critical to our work. So it's our whole mapping system and dispatch system.
So as opposed to IT managing this, we would manage it in-house because it is specialized. And it's tied to the 911 dispatching system and our fire dispatching system from Kamloops Fire.
I'm just impressed that you managed to get Panasonic Tough Books the last 6 years. In my IT world, we couldn't get those in the last 6 months, so you guys are professionals. Wow.
Well, we are actually suffering some, the one in Command 1 happens to be the oldest one, and we are having some issues as we speak.
You are.
So I'm still managing to get to where I need to go. The next one is communications contracted services. The biggest increase is the cost of mobile computer aided dispatching, something that we workspace from Kamloops Fire Rescue through the dispatch. And again, that is our whole dispatch system and our mapping system. They have set new rates based on their software providers' licensing fees, and those are being passed on to us. The goal long-term is that we workspace from Kamloops Fire the fire department management software, which includes other modules like personnel, incidents, training, fire inspection, and we would be building that over the next few years. We would already have been there if it wasn't for the pandemic and the city of Kamloops not having the IT support to actually put that in place. So we're revisiting that, and of course, the longer you wait for some things, the costs have increased. We're still determining if that is a viable solution for us, as opposed to our standalone system that really isn't meeting our needs today as far as data management. Conferences, this is again for the career staff, and it is focused at our training officer, myself, fire prevention officer, fire life safety coordinator, education coordinator, and this is an opportunity to attend educational summits and conferences, something that we curtailed prior to the pandemic. We would be attending these on a rotational basis year to year, meaning not all of us would be going to specific conferences, but we would rotate from year to year, likely being able to send at least 2 individuals. And the last thing that has been moved from capital, but is the target grazing, and that is for block 2, which is the area between Parker Drive and Central Park, or the golf course and Juniper Drive. There's the side hill, and that's where we've been doing the target grazing with goats to reduce the matted grass and the standing grass from about 4 tons per hectare down to below 2, with the idea that we're reducing any fire behavior if there is a start in that area, because of course on the top of those slopes is all residential structures. This is a swath of city-owned land that we have actually put in a grant application to the Community Resiliency Investment Program, but however, due to many reasons, we haven't actually been awarded the grant, but we can't get behind in our maintenance. So we need to have the seed funds to ensure that if we are unsuccessful in our grant, that we can always continue on with the fuel management work that we need to do. And that's a list of all the operating increases, if there's any questions.
Councilor Petrosi.
What's the cost of one set of turnout gear now?
It's almost $5,000.
Wow.
So a jacket and a pair of pants is roughly $5,000.
Okay, thank you.
With a 10-year lifespan.
Any other questions? Councilor Newman?
Yeah, thank you for these reports and all your services. And just a question on, you mentioned the playbook standards, and I was just wondering how much, obviously that's a provincial initiative, and I'm just wondering how much that affected us over the past year.
Well, it's been over the last number of years. We've fully met the requirements of the playbook. We are, through council's endorsement, a full-service fire department. All our department members meet the professional standards, NFPA professional standards, 1001, 1002 accreditation. So we're doing well there. We've just gone through and put a group of fire officers through a fire officer program. And we've now, for the most part, they've all met the standard for the playbook. So we are sitting at a very good place, but it took a tremendous amount of investment and a huge investment of time for our department members.
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it.
Any other questions for the chief? You are free as a bird. Oh, sorry, you're not.
Well, it seems my work is done here.
Wait a minute, sorry. A new sheet.
Thank you. There are 4 items that are being put forward this year, and of course there are some large ticket items here. The top one being the replacement of the bush truck, which is to replace a 2009 1-ton 4x4, which is ill-suited for its dual-purpose role. It spends most of its time actually responding to medical calls, about 400 to 450 per year. But its main purpose is to respond to wildfires when at their infant stage. And the reality is our fire engines don't have access to many areas, remote areas on the bench or on Cooley Plateau. Right now we're carrying 100 gallons of water, and that is basically our capacity for firefighting. You may recall last year we were able to have the services of BC Wildfire for a fire event basically halfway up the face of the mountain there. They brought in the Rapattack helicopter from Salmon Arm, mostly because it was too remote. But this would give us the ability with a high pressure pump and hose lays and whatnot to access more areas and action these fires when they're small before they become out of control wildfires and actually threaten structures. So it's building capacity and having a piece of apparatus that is actually designed specifically for wildland firefighting and still can continue its role responding to medical incidents.
Yeah.
You have something, Sean?
Yeah, I was just noting for the council that that was a carried forward project. So it was approved last year.
The reality of this is it'll take 1 year build time once the RFP is issued and approved. Is there any questions with regards to that?
Councillor Newman.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. So just what was approved, what was the portion that was approved last year?
The full amount was approved for the 2023 year.
And nothing was set aside for it, or is that the contingency of the 81,000 that was?
No, the contingency is just included in the cost. It was budgeted to be funded through borrowing and reserves.
100%.
Yeah, yeah. So when we look at the surpluses and we can make a decision, we can change that funding this year depending on what is available.
If there's no other questions, the next item on your list there is a replacement of engine 2. And this is somewhat proactive in that we've received word from the fire truck manufacturers that build times are now out to 2 years. Engine 2 will be 20 years of age in 2025 and is scheduled for replacement. It falls in line with Fire Underwriter Survey and their recommendations. Not replacing it could have some adverse impacts on insurance premiums, both personal and commercial lines, but moreover, a lot of our contracts, which are generating about $500,000 right at the current moment, we need this apparatus to be able to service those contracts. The other thing I would add is this particular apparatus in past years during provincial deployments has brought in hundreds of thousands of dollars in revenue. And as that revenue has been put towards other fire department capital projects, which also included replacement of engine 1 at the time it was due for replacement. So it definitely is part of our business plan is to have a UL rated pumper that allows us to continue servicing our contracts, potential for being able to participate in provincial deployments, which is a revenue generator for our department. And the flip side of that is having a safe apparatus that both still has the braking capacity and the acceleration capacity and the pump capacity to keep our firefighters safe and serve the community.
He's so happy, there's no question.
I don't know if I have any more to say.
I liked it better when I told you you could leave.
I'm sorry.
They're still mopping up their tears.
The reality is this apparatus wouldn't arrive till 2025, but there would be milestone payments that would be required. It's possibly in our best interest is to purchase the chassis outright. It would probably arrive to whoever we award the build to within a year. There'd be a milestone payment then, as well as probably throughout the duration of the build of the body and the pump of the truck. And then in 2025, it would actually arrive and be put into service.
Chief, we've brought the chassis on a truck before, have we not?
We have. I have talked to manufacturers. It's not as lucrative as it was once, but there still could be a potential cost savings to the municipality if we purchase that outright and they're not carrying the cost and the interest. So it's going to be a small savings on this amount of money, but it's saving nonetheless.
There's zero trade-in on fire engines, right?
I'd say there is zero trade-in. Many years ago, we didn't trade in engine 3. We sent it to South America, to Lima, Peru, because it had no value. And the last fire engine, which was the old engine 2, we donated to the Shakin band, where they didn't require something that was UL rated for insurance purposes.
Can I just ask
Sure.
what the intermittent payments would be, the metered payments, if you don't buy it outright at the beginning?
I don't know.
The
offhand.
financing payments? We can get that information.
Thank you.
Just a quick, the price that they've given us, how long does that stay active before it raises?
Well, that is the thing, that there's no fixed pricing anymore.
Okay.
And so the longer that we wait, the less accurate that our quotes are. That's just due to global supply issues, lack of labor, things like that around the world. We're dealing with commodities like aluminum and things like that required to build this truck, and it'll be based on the cost of the day. We have included 20% contingency, hoping that we're not having to dip into that. Also add, this is replacement of engine 1, but in 2029, we have a ladder truck that will be facing the exact same replacement at a much greater cost. And it'll probably be driven, hopefully, by development in the community and buildings that could be 6 or more stories high. So,
Sarah Smith.
Just wanted to add as well that when we initially got that email, Chief and I had a conversation with Canvas to see, are there any other suppliers out there? Is there a way to get this where you can get quotes that are actually solid? And the short of it is, it's a small world in fire, and the answer is no. Everything is now variable price, where you're going to accept whatever that price comes in at. Good business to be in. If anybody understands how to do this, I would love to know what other alternatives are available, but right now the answer is none.
Councillor Charney.
Chief, so you were saying that you could pay in installments. So if we did that, then this $1,482,000 would not, the whole amount wouldn't have to come out of this budget.
that's correct. Even in my budget sheet, I just split it down the middle over 2 years. There's no down payment at the time we award, but there will be milestone payments. So I assume when the chassis is delivered, when they meet a certain percentage of construction, just like any construction payments as they're levied. So I guess the final payments would be in 2025, but yes, it would be spread over the next couple of years.
Okay, thank you.
And there is a TNRD pricing in as well.
There is potential of where we direct some funds from the TNRD towards the capital replacement of this fire engine because it will serve the regional district.
Just wants to flag one other thing. The intent for the long run is that we sort out pricing that's also including capital costs in their service agreement itself so that we don't have to go, please give us this. So we want that built in service agreements. That is still being discussed as to what that's going to look like. So we think we've got a pretty good case to say, all right, one last kick at the can here. It makes sense, but it's still subject to some uncertainty right now.
If there's no other questions, the next item is portable radio replacements. So we have some Motorola HT1250 model portable radios, walkie-talkies at the station that are about 20 years old. They're no longer supported by the manufacturer, and most times the manufacturer changes models in about the 10-year mark. As they've been failing, they've been just taken out of service. We've been using parts off of them to repair the current radios. Our goal and our mandate is to ensure every riding position on all fire apparatus, everybody has a portable radio so that they have critical, mission critical communication, whether with the incident commander, if there's a mayday situation, something like that, we require that safety net of them having radio communications. So this is replacing what was once a 6-bank of portable radios, 6 portable radios and a charger with which has been deleted to 3, with a new model of Kenwood radio, which also can take all the new radio channels and radio banks that's required, whether by the Office of Fire Commissioner or for interoperability with BC Wildfire, things that we've learned from all these large events that we've experienced in the last number of years. So we have about 45 to 50 radio channels now that we're managing.
Councillor Richard.
I was just wondering how long the radios normally last.
We've been getting great life and stretching out the lifespan of most of our portable radios to about 16 years. I'd say it's really no different than computer software. We really should probably be rolling it back to the 5, 7, 10-year mark, somewhere in there. But based on usage, some radios get way more use. If it's the first due apparatus, it's getting used daily. Some sit in their cradle and only get used at larger incidents.
Are there areas where you use them where the cell service doesn't work very often, or?
Well, all our areas that we service have radio communication. These portable radios, for the most part, are for line of sight, or if there's firefighters inside a structure and they're communicating with the incident commander. But we do now require to monitor resource roads, talk on repeater channels with BC Wildfire. They're both their metal and colored channels, as well as our own tactical channels. We have a set of Merritt Fire Department tactical channels that we utilize, including other repeater channels that allow us to operate in buildings not unlike what was formerly Merritt Green Energy.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hogan.
So my question is about the lifespan. So if we know that the average lifespan is 16 years, and now these radios are 20 years old, were they submitted in prior years for replacement, or what was the situation?
So we've actually been replacing, so there's more than one bank of radios. So this is, quite frankly, the last bank of HT1250 radios. We are into another generation, the Motorola 6500 generation, that is now, I would suggest that in the next 5 years it's not going to be supported by the manufacturer, and this will be never ending. We are into a modern radio that is both narrow and wide banded, meaning, and also has digital capacity with the Kenwoods that allows us to operate today, and I'm going to suggest it's the 10 to 15 year radio. But this will be a never-ending thing. As new technology also increases, we want to capitalize on that as well. So when a digital radio net is finally available to us, we want to ensure we're ready to go. The other thing is you have things like next generation 911 services that are just around the corner, and we don't know where we really fit in there with our radio infrastructure.
Councillor Regan.
Just a question. It sounds to me that there's a lot of different types of radios that you use. So you've got the radios and the computers that are in the trucks.
Yes.
Then you have these other ones that are handheld. Do you not have the kind that are actually on the person's uniform or gear?
That's exactly what these are.
Okay.
These are portable radios. What we were talking about before, the mobile CAD dispatch, is basically a console where we receive the calls and information, where we receive data, where we can put data in, where we house our pre-incident plans for buildings. So it's just a computer system. These are actually the portable communication back and forth, albeit with our computers, we can talk to dispatch as far as typing them notes back and forth. This is radio communication.
Okay, so these are the types of radios that if you're going in to fight a fire, then
Yep.
you know where everybody is and you can find
That's
out
right.
what's going on.
So as
You
firefighters,
only have, you said you started out with 6 and now you're down to,
no, we have many more than that. We have, we endeavor to have one for every riding seat. So every fire engine has 6 seats. So times that by the amount of apparatus we have, plus we have a couple spares, plus we have some out with our paid on call officers so that they, when they're the duty officer, can answer radios, communications from dispatch, that type of thing.
okay, so you're only asking for 2 this year. So do you have a schedule of how often, which ones are, I mean, is this 2 every year? For,
So this is 6 radios,
okay,
a whole bank of radios. Let's just say that there's currently 6 banks of radios, 36 portable radios. We have replaced probably 4 banks with the Kenwoods, and the one thing we are trying to do is standardize the equipment across the board so that from a firefighter perspective, and especially in an emergency like a Mayday where they're in trouble, that they all operate the same. This is a phasing out of a product that we've had for several years to go to a more standardized radio that we are currently using. That is the current model, and we suggest this model will be still in play for the next 10 years with Kenwood. Inevitably, there will be some technological advancements and there'll be other radios on the market. We've chose to stick with this radio based on our communications company that we deal with. This is the best product for us.
And you'll be coming back year after year for,
Maybe not year after year, but I would suggest,
couple years.
I think in our 5-year plan, looking out, I think in 3 more years, there's another bank of radios for consideration. Then it might not necessarily be with respect to being timed out or not supported by the manufacturer. I might be coming to the council with respect to just standardizing our equipment across the board so that it's from a safety perspective, keeping our firefighters safe with common equipment.
okay, so just to reiterate then, that this is 2 banks, so 12.
No, sorry, this is 1 bank of 6.
It says 2 new though.
I don't know what that means.
Portable radio, I'm just reading what it says here.
Well, that's the ranking. That's the staff ranking for priority, so that's number 2.
Oh, I see.
And then it's showing that this is a new request.
Okay.
I definitely see where the confusion comes in.
I'm sorry.
So Councilor Regan, this is in my IT life, this is what we call trickle down. The new replaces and they take a step back and then a step back and then finally out the door.
yeah.
The 2 is what wrapped everything.
1 bank of 6.
Councilor Petrosi.
Chief, getting back to engine 2 replacement,
Yes,
is that bare bones? You just transfer, like we're talking, say,
SCBA.
Yeah,
So
does it come with SCBA on?
no, 90% of the equipment that is on the current engine 2 will be transferred over. The one thing that we will likely come to council in 2025 is to replace the hose, the supply hose and the hose bed, because the hose that's on the truck currently is going to be 20 years of age. And that just ensures 20 years of service moving forward. However, we do hose test annually, the service and check the service life and whatnot. It might just be repurposed to another purpose. We would, for the, with respect to firefighting, we'd want to ensure that the hose on the new engine was as high a quality as we can have at the time. So there might be a bit of loose equipment that might be required, but for the most part, all those other items are on their own replacement schedule, just like self-contained breathing apparatus, which have about a 15-year lifespan. Off the top of my head, I think we have 10 years left. So.
And you're constantly testing those every...
Those,
yeah.
We have to test annually. They all require third-party testing, so.
Okay, thank you.
No other questions. The last item is the Fire Smart Interpretive Garden / Micro Park. At the time of the addition to the fire station, the landscaping portion was removed by the project manager just to cost overruns and whatnot. So it has remained unfinished. So if you go past the front of the fire station, you can just see it's just gravel. The intent was always to have a Fire Smart Interpretive Garden that met all the requirements in our community wildfire protection plan with respect to public education, and also met met the intentions of what was written in our OCP with respect to educating the public using fire smart and fire resistive plants in all city plantings and things like that. This forms part of our education program. Really, it's a park you'd go through and you would see fire resistive and drought tolerant plants, and it would have their little signs, and our Fire Smart coordinator or representative could go through and educate community groups and whatnot, and we would also meet the intent of the city's OCP.
Councilor Newman.
Just a question on, there's a notation here that there could be possible grant funding on this, and I'm just wondering who the organization is. It Fire Smart?
Yeah, so we have applied for Community Resilience Investment Fund and have been turned down 3 years in a row with respect to this interpretive park. Our grant writers of the past have looked for small grant opportunities and have not found any. This could turn into a bit of a department project where we put in some of the sweat equity to reduce some costs, and there's some vendors that we might be able to approach to reduce maybe some of the hardscape costs. But ultimately, we have no landscaping, and we're missing an opportunity here to have this Fire Smart garden to actually promote this throughout our community, which is one of the mandates in our community wildfire protection plan.
Thank you.
CEO Smith.
I will say that there are grants that I think are on the horizon. I can't guarantee they're dropping because it's just talked about at this point. But anytime you're looking at things that are about reducing overall water use, particularly as it comes to xeriscaping, there might be an opportunity this year to apply for a xeriscaping incentive grant, and whether we have a chance to tack this on, I'm a bit hesitant because all I know is that it's coming. I don't know anything about the terms, what's in, what's out, and how this would potentially work. But there is a water grant that I understand is dropping for municipalities this year. What I can say is that I think at this point, even if it's a modified version of this, whereas we say there's some degree of sweat equity, we have a conversation with some of the suppliers locally. Is there an opportunity to promote some of their products as well as part of this overall garden marketing? Because when the time comes and that incentive program, if it does show up, it would be really, really nice to say, this is the type of thing that you can do. This is the type of native flora that you could be planting as part of this that is low water use and fire resistant. And so I think that it probably makes sense to proceed with this, and on the understanding we're going to work to keep those costs down, even if we don't get that grant. But that's just my take with it, given where we're at and what the time horizons are going to look like.
Councilor Charney.
I feel that the fire department does an excellent job in Merritt protecting the citizens, and I have no problem supporting both the operating or the capital requests. I think the safety of our citizens is their number one responsibility of the community, and so that falls on council. So I fully support both requests.
Thank you, Chief. I guess you can now. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Who's up next? Okay, Lacey.
Okay.
I'm good. This is where my sign is, so I'll stay here. Thanks, Mayor and Council. So I just have 4 operating requests here, so I'll just go through them one by one. So the first one I've titled Actioning Reconciliation. So this will help the city begin actioning some policies related to Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action, as well as DRIPA, which came into legislation in BC in 2019. Let me know if you guys are...
Can you find your page?
Oh.
You don't have that one?
No, we should have it somewhere.
Well, I've got extras, so let me just.
I read this today.
Yeah, it should just be
It's only 4 things on it.
yeah.
I definitely don't have it. My apologies. Still testing questions, because. Thank you. Thank you.
So the page numbers are there, it's 5, 6, and 7 in your book.
Okay, so I'll just read through what I have here. So this is outlined as a strategic priority and also identified in the city's OCP as a Chapter 6. We have some policies already outlined within the OCP. And this would identify, so some things identified in the OCP are the Merritt Reconciliation Action Plan, a referrals process, education and training opportunities, economic development partnerships, and implementing the TRC calls to action, DRIPA, and other legislation as it comes forward. So I've been doing some preliminary research and some relationship building that I've been doing with Upper Nicola Band in particular, as well as some of the other of the local First Nations in town, to get an idea of which bands have, a referral management process already, and to understand their fee structure and things like that. So that's where some of these numbers and projections are coming from. We've also been working with NVIT through a grant process, and they have a proposal they've already shared with us to make sure that we're bringing education in-house to learn about not only local history, heritage, but also law on this land, and how we're being able to kind of mitigate some of the work we do and improve how we move forward, especially through the Department of Planning and Development. We're always dealing with the land. So we are actually infringing on First Nation rights in the work that we do. So we want to be able to try to mitigate that as much as we can. I've got it phased out here because I think the first 2 years will take a bulk of the work, since we don't have these programs and policies in place. We'll have to build them out within house, work on relationship building, and making sure we're, providing meaningful engagement with each of the bands to kind of tailor what they think that should look like. And then I feel once we have a better understanding of what that looks like, we'll be just implementing those programs and policies moving forward. Are there any questions on that one?
I actually have one. I did want to confirm that for this year, was this budgeted as the full year cost, or was this on the fact that we wouldn't be starting until May? 90,000 was the ongoing kind of year over year cost, correct?
Right, yeah.
And so it is, I anticipate that we wouldn't go through the full 90,000 expense for this year if it were approved in May, because we would only be doing less referrals and other things, as it would take some time to build up that process. Is that right?
Yeah, I see your point. I did it for the year, so I did for the first 2 years, the full from January to, I mean, obviously we haven't started spending this money yet. It's just been through relationship building and education within the department so far.
Councillor Newman?
I think it's something that the city 100% has to stand behind. I'm just curious if the $90,000 funding ticket that goes with this, would it not be broken down more specifically over like a per project basis so that we have a better understanding of the costs involved, like when it comes out, not necessarily putting like the education and the relationship building, I can kind of see that, but when it comes to referrals, like would it not be on a per project basis, so to speak?
For sure. This is just kind of an estimate based on some preliminary discussions I've had. We would fine tooth comb this essentially through an actual referral kind of management policy, and then we would set out fee structures in there. It also depends on kind of how many projects are coming through our department, right? We have quite a high volume of applications in right now. It also depends on the complexity and scale of those projects, so that could depend. It could also depend on the site specificity, so if this is near a sacred site, a traditional use area, river, etc. There's a lot of sort of complexities and nuance, so it's very case by case, like you're saying, but we would work with each band to kind of categorize a fee structure based on that.
And then, so with that, would our projects, when they come back for review through staff, would they be broken down then to include this piece on each of our projects going forward? Because I understand not all projects may include this, but I would like to think that if there was a cost figure going forward for these projects, that they would be clearly identified, that there was a certain cost for referrals, a certain cost for like a relationship if we had to expand that during that project, like just so we have a clear understanding of what the cost implications are for reconciliation, because I think going forward there may be more opportunities for grant funding, I think. So I'm just curious.
For sure, and I specifically highlighted kind of referrals through our department kind of as a starting point because at least I know Lower Nicola as well as Upper Nicola, they have a referral management process they already operate for themselves, like with the ministry and things like that. So we can ballpark those numbers there. So that's primarily where this funding is coming from. I didn't like the action plan and things like that. I wasn't really included in here in terms of the budget. I think I'm not sure if I'm answering your question. Okay, sorry. Yeah.
Sarah Smith.
The other thing that I wanted to say is it's not impossible that we wouldn't find grant funding for this. We don't have an immediate grant fund, but if there are grants that come up to support these types of initiatives, we would take the ongoing initiative and then apply what we're doing to that potential grant fund. The other thing is there's a potential revenue offset, but this is ultimately going to depend on forward relationships and potential bylaw changes with council, because ultimately, generally developers cover the costs of the applications. And so if we weren't successful in getting grants, it would very likely lead to a change in the costs for development applications to in part cover the overall costs for those. But this is so in its infancy and bringing it forward as a pilot. I think that we need to have a little bit of time, and Lacey's very much convinced me of this, to figure out where this goes, what the relationships look like, how the charges work before we jump into changing fees or anything else. And so we would be looking for grants, and down the road, this is not going to be fully taxpayer borne, but there's going to be a period of time to kind of prove that out and figure out what it looks like. Is that fair?
Yeah, I just might want to add something additional to that. In terms of meaningful engagement, sometimes we're constrained by the grant requirements. So sometimes, there's identified in a grant where, we want to engage on this one specific item, and that can be challenging from a meaningful engagement perspective, because then it's very driven by the grant, not necessarily driven by the intent of building that relationship and building policies in-house with the city to really fold that work in a meaningful way. So like when we don't have requirements of a grant, it actually makes it easier, and the intent comes through a little bit more in a meaningful way to building those relationships out. So. Next one. Okay. So the next one I had was climate adaptation and mitigation strategy. So this is also outlined in our OCP. And I just think where we are in the world and our location, a lot has gone on in the past few years. And I think it's really timely to have an overall climate adaptation and mitigation strategy for the city. We would be looking for a grant on this. We don't yet have a grant secured, but we have a new grant writer I'm very happy to hear. So we would be looking for direction from council to pursue sourcing the grant funding this year to fund climate adaptation and mitigation strategy.
Councilor Newman?
I'm wondering if it's possible with some of these requests that if we do approve them, contingent, like on grant funding, so that they're not necessarily we would approve them for budget reasons, but only if we were to secure funding.
Yes, that's possible.
We've done that before.
Okay, the next one is e-permitting. So our department has seen an increase in almost 400% of permit applications coming through our door in the last 2 years. A lot of that was flood related, but a lot of that is just due to increased interest, building, things like that. So, and also we have a less prescriptive zoning bylaw, so we're providing more density options for people, so higher density residential apartments, things like that. Even in our R2 zone, we can, in certain lots, we could have up to 6 or 7 units on one single family parcel. So we're really encouraging people to densify and infill the area, and our staff resources haven't matched the influx of work and volume that's come through. Currently, we do everything by hand, so we have a spreadsheet and we attempt to track everything as best as we can. We want to provide much better service to the public, as well as anyone who has questions of our team in-house and how we're moving things forward. A great thing with e-permitting, not only is it a tracking, it helps us track everything in one place. So when one person is away, we don't rely on them, we can find it easily. But it also helps us to process. There's a front end and back end to it, so the public can go in and see where their application is at. And then we can provide comments interdepartmentally, do our referrals out, things like that. So it would just make things a lot more smooth and efficient for our department.
So let's say we move ahead with this. What is your data fill time and who would be doing it? I'm assuming you're going to be bringing in past, stuff that's in action. So I'm assuming there's going to be some data fill that has to be done with this.
For sure, yeah. And we're demoing a few different kind of cloud permit options right now. And we're trying to find the kind of most, drag and drop option, but that can be custom tailored to our workflows depending on our different permit processes. So we're lucky that we have, like, Pranesh as a planner. He came from District of Wood Buffalo, and they had e-permitting in place, so he has some familiarity with that.
So this would be in-house then?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilor Turner?
This is absolutely a fantastic idea. I was at the housing conference the last couple of days, and e-permitting was widely talked about by all communities, and the consensus was it's the only way to go, for getting things done quickly and efficiently.
Yeah.
So I'm glad to see you're on the ball with that.
Yeah.
Councilor Hogan?
So I'm just wondering about any job losses due to implementation of this software.
That's a great question. Absolutely not. Our team is totally buried in work right now. We are probably operating at an efficiency rate of about 2.5. Like, we're probably, this would almost be like a 0.75 person, but we probably could have maybe 2 or 3 more staff members currently just to manage work volumes. So there wouldn't be any job loss as it currently stands in our department. We're actually currently under capacity as it is. So this would just actually reduce a lot of stress within our department for staff. Okay, thank you. Okay, so the last one here.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
Councillor Rogan?
sorry.
I'm just trying to, organize my ideas here. I know the benefits of implementing such a program like the e-permitting. So I was just wondering, when we talk about the reserves, if that is possible. So if that's something that can be implemented when we are start planning ahead. So let's say that we can allocate 50% of that cost for this year, and knowing that and at the next year we can allocate the other 50%, so that the impact is not going to be 100% for this fiscal year, so it can be divided and can be put towards the reserves. Is that even possible?
Don't look at me.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, we can look at all the funding options once we, decide, and when we come back to the final, we can give you those options.
Lacey, just a quick question. With anything, what is the shelf life of this before it has to be upgraded to 0.35 to 0.4? Like, is there a shelf life of 4 years, 5 years, or is it a yearly upgrade?
Well, I think because everything's kind of going to the cloud system now, that it's sort of system upgrades, kind of ongoing upgrades. I'm not a tech savvy person, but that's what my assumption. Also, we're going to be sitting in on a webinar with Pemberton. So they were the first to actually implement this cloud permit system. So we're going to see what it's like from a small municipality end. And she's ranting and raving about it, how good it is. And she's been using it, I think, for at least 5 years or so.
Yeah, the cloud system, but there would be e-licensing and permits that would have to go. The upgrades would happen automatically, but you would still have to license up for the new version. So, C.O. Smith.
Yeah, I just want to provide a bit of a commentary. Well, we don't know the specifics, of course, because there hasn't been a program chosen. Generally speaking, when you're bringing in some piece of software to support an operation, there's an additional cost in the first year for onboarding, and you're generally designing around the City of Merritt, again, workflows, processes, etc. Even if we do a fair bit of that in-house, there's always extra design and setup costs. And so I think that even though we're in partial year this year, because of generally that upfront cost, I would be a bit hesitant to knock it down, because I think there's a really good chance you're just going to end up going over budget anyways. I think that where you generally find that the savings come is after you get through that first year, you're paying the licensing cost for the software on a rolling basis, and you can kind of get into a steady, stable state from there. So I know that I think that this is always done with a little bit of an asterisk before you actually have firm pricing in hand, but my guess is we're going to need all of that in year one, and it might be the case that it comes down in future years, even though we're only looking at a partial year this year.
Councillor Regan?
I just wanted to thank you, Councillor Olgan. I'm not sure I understand what you were saying. Are you suggesting that if we have reserves, then we get extra help for the development department, permitting department?
Oh, you're going to have to kill your mic there, sorry. I've got too many mics on here. Wendy, are you done?
I'm in line.
Councillor.
We are dealing with different requests, and we won't be able to approve everything. So if we are proactive, we may be able to allocate a percentage of that cost in this fiscal year, and that's why we also have reserves. And if we know that this can be implemented in next year, but we have already saved 50% of that cost in this, so that the impact is going to be minor for the next fiscal year. Is that clear?
It's a theory. Councillor Cheney.
Well, I personally think in this day and age, we cannot afford not to go with e-permitting. Everything is online, and it is much more efficient after listening to other communities. We're archaic if we don't go e-permitting. So I think this is one option here that we have to go for is that just for efficiency.
If I can just tell one, I'll keep it to 30-second story that happened this week. Yeah, do it. We had a contractor phone in to me, say, hey, where are we at on these drawings that you were reviewing this week? It was sure taking a long time. I go to Rick, I go to Lacey and say,
hey, did they get us these drawings? I don't think I ever saw these drawings. Where are these drawings? We go back and we definitely didn't get your drawings. And 2 weeks have gone by in this, and it's pretty critical for them that they get this. We go back and they're saying, hey, well, we sent them to you via Dropbox.
Oh, no.
Dropbox? Where did, I don't know, is this in our junk mail somewhere? We never got the Dropbox link, and I'm still actually not sure we got those drawings. That's another follow-up we're going to have to make. But the whole point with e-permitting, ding! Notification goes to Lacey, notification goes to Rick. Hey, this file has been updated. They're going to get an email notification to go check in, log into the cloud-based permitting software. What specifically this looks like always gets customized, but the general intent here is this will improve the overall user experience for developers. It will improve the experience for staff. Sometimes it's just one way or the other, but this is a super clear win-win for both sides. And so I just, while I acknowledge that we don't have perfect visibility into what the overall costs are going to be, this is sort of a slam dunk project in that it's going to accelerate, I think, Council's overall development goals in trying to make life easier for developers and not have those 2-week turnarounds. It's probably 1 minute and 20 seconds.
And just so Council knows that one of the comments that we constantly get from developers is that we're slow. It's constant. So who's the winner here? Councillor Etchart.
I was pretty sure that we had implemented this already for the business licensing, so didn't we do that already? Or is that still a work in progress?
All we did for business licensing was we used the existing software, financial software that we have to create a workflow for it, but that's for internal use only. It doesn't interact and interface very well with external clients. And so if you're setting this up where you want somebody to be able to drop some files off in the cloud for development services to look at, our current system doesn't allow for that. This is just within our financial software where we created the workflow to be able to internally create that process that you're describing. So yeah, we did create a lot of efficiencies on that side to really move it to a digital process there, but it's the difference between an internal versus an external process.
I think it would be convenient for residents and applicants looking for permits of any kind to be able to submit information, less paper and yeah, and then having digital files just so much easier. Yeah, and if people are busy, then they can email you instead of having to wait in line. And yeah,
Councillor Hogan.
Thanks.
So I just want to know if we have enough research about this system. So I'm assuming that it has been already implemented in other municipalities, and we have seen the benefits of those municipalities, correct?
Yeah, so thanks for that. So like I said before, we're going to be doing a webinar, I think this week or maybe the following week with the municipality of Pemberton. And so she, I think, was the first director of planning and development to implement this service for their department there. So that's a good kind of comparable municipality for us to look at. And I think it's been going for about 5 years. And then we have been doing other demos, and I know City of Victoria, we did a demo this week. City of Victoria is looking at updating their system. Kamloops is looking at updating their system. It's kind of a best practice now for municipalities. Oh, okay, one more. So the position, social development coordinator. So I think you saw there was some background information attached to this request here. So I had the support of Interior Health put this together for us, as well as there's I think, letter of support that came through from the Nicka Valley Healing Alliance. So basically, there is funding available for a position called through the CAT table, and essentially that is for overdose and toxic drug use prevention. So this is a preventative model. There's $30,000 available for project funding. There's $30,000 available for wages, and then I've requested about $45,000 to top up that wage to bring this in-house as a full-time position. There's Penticton has a relatively successful model where they've implemented this and they've rolled it over year after year. This is ongoing funding, so if we're successful in the first year, we would receive $60,000 the following year, and so on and so forth. So this wouldn't just be a one-time position and then it would kind of fall flat. what we're seeing is I've also received the support interdepartmentally from the CPO's office, from the fire department, from bylaw, as well as ECDEV, based on a lot of the conversation and safety issues that are happening in community. The increased number of mental health calls, overdose calls. Merritt is actually per capita the number one overdose. There's the number one deaths by overdose in Merritt in BC per capita. And those are the stats I've received from Interior Health. So currently we've been doing it on the side of our desks. I know through HR and Christine and the CPO, they had been attending these meetings to make sure the community's service organizations kind of felt supported by the city. And then it's shifted to planning, and it's shifted a number of times. So it's just not sustainable for the director, myself, to maintain attending all these different meetings. And so this role would essentially facilitate the table, help with prevention, because our bylaw, our CPO, and our fire and ECDEV are dealing kind of reactionary on the grounds, and this would really help to kind of bring a planning lens forward. Half of the position would be facilitating this table and preventing overdose. Half of the role would be more of a social development coordinator function, so things like social planning issues, homelessness, even childcare, all these types of things, implementing some of our plans like our poverty reduction assessment plan, housing needs report, age-friendly guidelines, things like that, that we just haven't had a chance to get to. We have these great reports, we want to implement them, but we don't have capacity in-house or the expertise in-house to do that. So
just when at TNRD last week, we met with IHA and they brought up the statistic of Merritt being the highest overdose death. I question that because a lot of the people that are dying here are not from Merritt. They arrive in Merritt and they die in Merritt, but they're actually not from Merritt. So those numbers are a little bit skewed. My question is, I guess with the 2.5, you can't even ask, so I won't even bother asking, because right now with the 2.5 carry, I don't know how somebody, I mean, we do have the situation table from the CPO that kind of deals with the same thing to a certain degree. Not as extensive, but they do deal with it. So I'm just wondering how many of these we actually have in a community and what they can actually do and how far they can actually take something, because it seems to be a losing battle no matter how many people you throw at this kind of stuff. So I'm just curious.
I can't speak to the specifics necessarily of what the CPO, she knows much more than I do about this, but in terms of a social planning function, right now we're quite reactionary in terms of we don't actually have a preventative model out there, and we don't have capacity to create a preventative model or to kind of plan, do best practices, look at these resources. I mean, Sky mentioned, Chief mentioned, there's spillover effects because we haven't actually planned for where a shelter is going to go. We haven't planned for cold weather facilities. We haven't planned for these type of things, and then that's why we're getting increased calls about businesses saying, hey, I'm having to do all this cleanup, and Marlene's out there being, liaising and bylaws out there, cleaning up parks. We don't actually have a strategy and a plan. So a social development coordinator would not only help prevent overdose deaths, which Chief is dealing with a lot of those calls. A lot of those are happening in hotels, dumpsters, things like that, like all over the place, to improve community safety and also to help I guess the key side of this is it's prevention and planning rather than reaction. That's what we currently don't have in community.
Can I add to
Sure.
that?
Yeah.
I don't know if this is in kosher, but just from my experience working with folks, Marlene in the mass table is to wrap around a person who they identify in the community as having a need. And so different organizations have representatives that wrap around that person and figure out where to get them to in the community to support them so that they are less vulnerable. Whereas the CAT would be to help organizations, businesses, what have you, build relationships with people who are vulnerable in the community so that there's less of a stigma and so that people can do meaningful things together. So one example that stands out to me is a young man who was homeless in one of the communities. It's been a while, sorry, but there was a lot of drug use outside of community daycare. And so this cat had worked together with the community daycare as a business and then worked with individual, and they got that individual working at cleaning up around the daycare every morning before everybody showed up, and then it became employment for that person. And so then it became an ability for that person to start building a life and improving their own circumstances and their relationship with the community. So it operates a little bit differently than the mass table. And the other thing about the community having somebody as a social planner is there are lots of funding available to communities throughout BC and Canada. And Merritt hasn't accessed any of that really. There's a lot of opportunity to access that if there's a lens focused on that type of funding and somebody's looking for how can we match what's available. I think it was $7 billion or something that the federal government passed to support communities, and yeah, Merritt hasn't, when you look at the numbers, Merritt really hasn't accessed anything when it comes to BC Housing and other supports that are there. So this kind of person, with the planning lens would be able to say, this is what the community wants, this is what's out there, this is how we can build that. And we just haven't had that opportunity in-house. It's been the desire because there is a lot available, but we have nobody heading that off. So at the side of our tables, it doesn't really go anywhere, and then we miss out on a lot. And yeah, so sorry and thank you.
No, I don't disagree with you, but at the point of the matter, it comes down to the fact the person has to socially want to change. It doesn't matter how many people we put out there. The change has to start with them. So, I mean, I'm not sure where we go with this, but anyways, that's me.
I'll just add one component that I think is important as well. First off, you're dead right. They're not going to solve homelessness. Like, I'll guarantee you that is not what this person is going to do. What this person might end up doing, if you look at like our housing needs assessment, which is one of the things that's highlighted, is they would be responsible for driving some of those recommendations forward. There's a whole lot of really tangible ideas in there, whether this is about things that could be done to implement rental cap policies and other things like that. What can we do for developers to create incentive packages to include the type of housing that is going to best serve or serve the currently underserved populace? And so there's a lot of policy that we've implemented or that we've identified saying Merritt needs more of this, and we don't necessarily have the horsepower on the planning side, because I'll tell you, on applications alone, we're tapped out. If the idea is how are we going to change things to be able to hopefully provide some solutions that might actually make a difference here, we need more horsepower to do that. And so I'm not in any way disagreeing that part of this role is going to be working and liaising directly with those roles, but a lot of it is going to be advancing policy to you that is hopefully going to show that we can start tackling some of these problems in a meaningful way. Are they going to work? I don't know. I think every community is asking that question right now because there's a lot of effort that's being put into this. And I don't know if these policies work or not. I think that it's the best hope we have in the circumstances, because what I can say is the current trajectory is not looking great unless we do try some of these other alternative solutions. That being said, it's going to be council ultimately that determines whether a role like this is something that makes sense to you. And even if we adopt or bring this role forward, the policy that they bring forward for you, is that something that you're wanting to do, not do? I just want to really say that we've got a lot of plans on the book saying that this is where we want to move, and we don't have the horsepower to do it.
Councillor Newman.
My question would be, I mean, obviously when it comes to a social fabric of our community, I think it's very important to make sure that all areas of our community are touched. And if this is something that we're not reaching out to and there's funding possibilities, I think it's worth looking at. But I would want to know what similar communities our size have done, and if there has been a success rate for them acquiring additional funding for it, for positions. I don't necessarily see it being 100%. I see the drug statistics here, but there's more social avenues than just that. So it's not that I'm opposed to this, but I would like to see a lot more research done towards what that social fabric would be, whether it be, our First Nations are also considered social fabric of our community, the drug, low income, there's a lot of different avenues. So I don't necessarily want to hone in specifically on necessarily the drug side of it and those that are unfortunately dealing with that, because I feel that is also a feature of interior health and CPO as well. So I don't want to see a lot of duplicate positions. I just want to see that I like where this is going. I'm not sure if what's presented in front of us right now is what I can support, but I'm not saying I'm opposed to it as well.
Okay. Oh, did you want to?
Councilor Richard.
Well, my comments, I'm also wondering as well, like with the situation table and the CAT table, it seems like it's more of an urgent thing dealing with a lot of the situations that we have with maybe homelessness or displaced people or those suffering from mental health issues, or whatever the proper way to address that is today. But would this end up being a full-time position that we'd have to consider year after year as an FTE? Like that's my only concern. Like if we get some funding to help with the source, if we can get grant funding, that's great, but that's my only concern. You did mention some funding, but I'm just wondering, because if that ends up being a position that we have to add to the FTE count, that's really adding to the costs as well. I know that you mentioned some of the funding coming from
For sure, yeah, and I think this can answer maybe both of the last comments here. Is the $60,000 is for the CAT table, the facilitator for the CAT table specifically. So that is specifically geared to overdose prevention.
Okay.
30,000 for wages, 30,000 for projects.
Okay.
That table, I've been told by Interior Health, is coming to Merritt, whether there's a city role or not, because it's needed. So this is an opportunity to have a social planning function partially funded.
Okay.
Over year after year, where essentially half of the role is facilitating this CAT table, and then we would have matching funding to create a full-time position ideally. There is an option to say, hey, we try a 1-year term, we build it out, we do it that way. There's an option to say, this is just facilitating the CAT table, we're just going with the $60,000 on funding. At least we have the city at the table liaising with those service agencies that, the city isn't consistently at those tables and building those relationships. So there are a few options there, but this is a way to get some funding in-house to at least support kind of half of a social planning function, and then we would support or we would fund the other things like you're saying, like age-friendly, implementing our plans, housing needs, support all these different types of affordable housing, all these other types of needs. So that's kind of where this idea is coming from. And Penticton uses this model quite successfully. So
that's good. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Should we take a 4 or 5 minute break here? Yes. So let's take a 4 or 5 minute break. So let's go 5 minutes, everyone.
It's like 20 seconds.
So, who's up next? Public Works.
You sure? Yeah. No more? No, Greg is the next one, and he has to stay here till the end, and we'll just run the camera.
I'm ready. Push your,
Would you prefer me here, or do you want me to,
wherever you're the most comfortable.
Okay, I'm probably better off standing up.
All right.
Okay.
Get that out.
Okay, so button on, that work?
That's it.
All right, so to start off, before we get into the meat and potatoes stuff here, this shouldn't take any more than 2.5 hours.
We have the 30-minute version.
I just wanted to say, and apologize on behalf of everybody. You guys have a big job to do here, and there's a lot of stuff in all of this, and there's a lot of big needs everywhere. And I do want to let you off the hook a little bit. I will work with you on everything. I'm not demanding anything. There are a number of things in the operational budget specifically that does affect taxes that if you want us to spread it out over the next few years, we can definitely do things. The biggest ask I have of anything is that when we're talking about service levels, basic, what I'd call municipal services that we're providing, that we make sure that the staff has the tools that they need, and we look after those basic things, whether it's crack filling for asphalt to keep it last a long time, treatment plant needs, piping needs, all the different things that we do, the maintenance items. I think that's sort of a return to basics that we're all going to have to get a grip on one of these days, because it's one of those things that with all the strife this community's gone through over the last few years, a lot of the maintenance hasn't been getting done and kept up, and it's really starting to show in a lot of cases already. And I think as far as the staff goes, they're going to need the tools and they're going to need to support more than projects and things like that. So I just want to let you off the hook on that a little bit. So don't worry about me, right? We'll get through most of the stuff, and I know we have a few projects to do anyways, but let's really focus on on what the staff needs and what the infrastructure needs to be maintained, okay? So leading into the budget, I wanted to take you a little bit through my process. I got here in August last year, and I was the only one sort of in that area that wasn't part of the maintenance crew at that point. So we had a couple of technical people leave early in the year, from what I understand, somewhere around May. Is that right, Sean? And then, another superintendent left just before I got here. And there was a fairly large gap for a fair bit of what was going on. And what is evident over when you dig through the files and you dig through what's been going on, it looks like we've been running people pretty hard. And a lot of that's been what's been going on with fires and evacuations and floods and things like that. And it's quite evident in the infrastructure. It's quite evident in how projects were run and how things have been being kept track of. So for your benefit, Councillor Rogan, I don't have all the details and I don't have all the answers. We're going to get it, and we're going to work together to get there, and it's going to take some time, but there's a lot of detail here. I've got some projects proposed, and as I dig through the files more, I find other projects that had been costed out 4 or 5 years ago that never got funded. So we do have things on the shelf here and there, and we're finding more of these things and bringing them forward. But my process largely since I got here has been, I spend a lot of time walking around town, largely walking and looking at things. Then I spend a lot of time, in the yard, looking at the facilities, looking at all the things that we have out there and getting an idea of where the needs are. And then I sat down with each one of the supervisors in Public Works and walked them through all the GLs in the budget overall in the whole system and got their input on what they think makes up all those GLs, and got their input on what they think their needs are, what projects need to happen. And that was a fairly arduous task in itself. And what we learned a lot about the people in that case is the support. You can obviously see the difference in the hands that have changed over the last number of years, and you can see it in the staff and their knowledge and where they're at with what they think needs to happen. So we went through that whole process, and then I started spending hours deep diving the accounting system, finding out where we've been spending money for the last number of years. And just so you know, all these pages in there is my working budget. So it's a spreadsheet I build so I can build detail in everything that the system can't necessarily give me. The system will give me GLs and money spent, and I can find invoices, but I don't find in there all the things that build into a GL that we're going to spend money on, that I can plan to spend money on. So I'm trying to build the detail in each one of these GLs as we go, so I understand what makes it up. So that was my next project, was let's deep dive the last couple of years, find out where we spend money. Let's take the input from all the staff, and let me start building my spreadsheet and adding the detail that I've learned in every one of these GLs, move things around if it doesn't make sense, and then we got to start building out the width. And the width probably is where the important things can become. As you defer some of the items, I'm just going to kick them down the road. I don't take them out of my list. They live there. They're just going to get redistributed over the next 5 to 7 years, and we're going to hang on to them so we don't lose them in the bottom of the files. They're going to appear in my working budget all the time so that they're in the front and I can see them. If I lose things in the files, I keep finding things like I do now, projects that were costed out and designed that are buried 4 or 5 years ago in the files. And we need to keep those things active so they're important. If they're important enough to you to fund at one point, they're probably important enough to keep at the forefront of things. So that was largely my process. If you guys recall, we did a little bit of a tour and you saw some of the public works yard last year. One of the things we've been doing with the staff, and I think I've told Sean this before, when you get onto an airplane, one of the things they tell you in the safety thing is put your own mask on before you help everybody else. And if you recall, that yard was a mess. They've been working hard all winter and cleaning up that yard, and it's looking great over there. Things are coming along, fences are getting put up. Just for your knowledge too, I think we got the RI basins actually fenced in and secured as of yesterday. There's a couple of gates to go in yet, but getting some of this stuff done and then reorganizing, getting things ready so they can work effectively, move things around so they know where things are. We've been hauling garbage out of there like crazy. Bylaw Services has been helping out quite a bit. They got a bunch of bikes out of there the last couple of days, and a lot of the things they get collected from around town. We're getting this stuff cleaned up and moved along. So that enables them to come to work every day, take pride in their area, learn to look after things a little bit more, understand what they have around them, and then move on and do a better job for the residents of the town. So in my world, what I like to do and what I've discovered we need to do is really get things back down to basics. There's a lot of fun things to do. The looking forward things, we see a lot of that, but we don't see enough in my mind the looking backwards and see what we haven't been doing and where we've been failing, and in a lot of cases failing the staff and giving them the support that they need. So I really want to get back to those basics of, do we know where all the valves are? When we have a water break, do we have to shut 6 blocks down? Or are we turning all the valves and exercising them to make sure we only have to shut down that one link? Little things like that, they're going to go a long way to help us out. And that's kind of the focus, and that was my process, and that's what I wanted to get across to you. That make sense? Okay. So what I heard from your Saturday meeting, there's a number of items that I wrote down based on what I heard was important to you. We could go through this whole thing, and you'll notice in your sheets, you're probably not going to find any staff ranking priorities. If it's important to you, it's important to me, right? You rank things. As long as you understand what it is, we can talk about it, and we'll set the priorities, defer things as need be, bring them into this year. Whatever's important to you is what's important to us. But what I did hear about is, and I'll just give you the rundown if you want me to add anything. If you want to go into detail, we can spend hours on it. If you want to have a weekend retreat, we can go through this. There's a lot of stuff here, okay? So I heard about airport plans, possibly grants related to that. I've heard about drainage at Collettville. One of the things I found, there's a design for drainage in Collettville. Not funded, obviously, but if you want to look at it, I brought it along. It's printed out. It is a project that was designed to a certain point that if funded, but bearing in mind there's a lot of money in this stuff. So like everything else, we've noticed that so many of the things that we buy and use have gone up, and it's not just 4 or 5% cost of living stuff. A lot of things have gone up 60, 70% in some cases, and it's hurting. And that's why you're gonna see a lot of the cost increases on the operation side of my budget, because we're tendering things out. You know, we're getting one bid on some things, like one contractor interested in doing something, and he wants, 40% more than he did last year because he didn't make any money last year at it. So everybody's feeling this stuff, and it's gonna hurt. I guarantee you that going forward. But we gotta find a way of getting more interest in Merritt, getting more contractors bidding, getting more people interested in coming to work here and getting a vibe going. And hopefully that's what we're gonna do when we get things back down to basics and learn again how to provide these services. So drainage, Collettville, I have that if anybody wants to look through it. Snow removal, before I go down the list any farther, probably don't need to talk about that a heck of a lot unless you want to. We are gonna talk about it a lot going forward, and we are gonna kind of take a look at what you expect and what we can do to change things, and we've already got a lot of good ideas based on what we learned this winter. I've heard something about sidewalks, water sewer modeling, and the Ken Guard well. Are there any other highlights I should be aware of? Okay, enough said.
Councilor Egan.
Thank you. I'm not finding some of the things that you were talking about. Like, I can't even remember what they are now. I can't see them. Where you say the Collettville drainage, where is that on this list?
It's not.
Okay.
Because it's one of those things that, number one, I didn't know it was designed until somebody said, hey, I think there was a design done X number of years ago, go find it. And I don't get a lot of complaints other than we heard promises from way back, but I'm not getting a lot of complaints. There's 2 little hot spots. I know how to deal with them. Our ops guys are gonna do it. We're actually doing a little bit more greater training than we have in the past, trying to get some skill sets up. A lot of this stuff is not just confined to Collettville. It's gonna be things we need to do everywhere. Alley maintenance, shoulder maintenance, everywhere there's gravel, right? And I think a lot of the stuff, other than if they don't like the ditches and some of the issues like that, I mean, that's a big improvement in big dollars. But if it's just getting water moving, we can get water moving. We're not awash in bodies and ability time-wise, but we are gonna start working through some things and try and get the focus on stuff.
Okay, thank you. And the other question I have is if I look at these detailed operating budget requests, and then your requests over here, it says the amount of change is 61,000, but I don't see that reflected anywhere on this. 2020, we're talking about engineering consultant, contracted services says 101,000, and on your blue sheet it says the amount of change is 61,000. I just can't follow this.
Let me jump in on that. So I'm going one hit on 2. First off, all of the ones that Rick just listed were the items that council raised that were separate from the budget requests last time. So I just gave him a heads up saying, hey, council might want to ask you questions about these. So the reason on the changes, you'll see 4 different lines that look a little bit different. The first one at 61, the next one at 52. It's because I had gone and had conversations with Rick in advance of this saying, hey, ordinarily, I say, let's just run it all to council, but from these, is there any kind of overlap between this and recovery? Answer is no. Is there any overlap between this and that? No, there's no overlap here. Are we going to need the full scope of services for this particular consultant for this full part of the year? No, probably not. We can reduce that. And so what you're seeing here on the spreadsheet is a change after we've kind of gone through together and had a discussion as to what the kind of reasonable value, looking at the fact that there was a lot of requests in there and trying to get it to a spot where it was going to be a little bit more palatable for council and still not, because what I don't want to see is have you say, no, 107 down to 0. It wanted to get it down to the level where it's realistically, this is where we need it to be. Everything else would be fantastic, but.
And I don't want to walk you through every line item. If you've got some highlights you want to hear about, I'm hoping that's where we go, because we will spend a long time line by line on this thing. Because I've spent probably a good 1,000 hours on this already, deep diving stuff and building it and reviewing it and going back over it. It's a huge endeavor, but luckily I'm one of those budget nerds that I just like this stuff, and I take the stuff to bed and read it at night times.
Well, like I say, we're gonna chew through all of this anyway, so.
Yeah.
Councillor Charney.
So I was gonna ask you, it's a free-for-all, we can ask you any of these topics, right?
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so the first one's the airport lease grading. I thought we got a grant, so why would that be budgeted in our?
Okay, so the airport's lease grading, number one, we have to bring the grant in, because it's got to appear in the budget. We also approved in the motion, because the cost estimate I did up was 519 and change. So there should be the $500,000 grant, there should be the 19 and change. The goal is to try and not to spend the 19 and change. But until we get a design done and a tender done, we may have to adjust things anyways, right?
Okay.
But it's got to appear in there.
But in theory, it's not going to cost us $519,000. We're hoping 19,000 or less.
Yes.
Okay.
And we should have the grant payment in our hands going forward as well to pay for the work.
Can I interject just for a second?
When you're requesting a line, can you let me know which line
Sorry.
you're looking at so we can catch up with you?
104, the very first line.
On the capital side?
I'm on capital requests.
Okay, good.
Not operations.
No, the
Okay,
very
sorry,
first
thank you.
line. Okay, then the other one.
I just wanted to add one point on that is, we're putting this in the budget because, as council knows, we made the application for it.
Right.
Until we get confirmation that we're allowed to, other public say that we're able to get confirmation that we got the grant. We're putting it in the budget.
Okay. So the next one, it says it's page 122, it's 3/4 of the way down the page. Cleasby Street Extension between Colshana and Coldwater.
Right.
So that's by Fairley Park.
Yep.
And so you're going over to Coldwater Avenue.
Yep. If by over
why?
you mean over the tracks, I
Yes.
consider it a little bit more through the tracks.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Why are we doing this?
It's been on the books for 15 years.
So we have a design done on it, one of the ones I found on the shelf. We have that one in there. We're doing other work in the area as well with the pathway and a bunch of things. It'd be a very good time to button that area up. I fully expect that if it's not a big priority for everybody here, that'll be one of the deferrals, because you might find that something like Oak Street is probably more important to you right now. But you set the priorities. I'm suggesting based on what I have at hand and where priorities were before.
Okay, so what you're going to do is put a road through the path. Now will have obviously stop signs for the bicyclists and walkers, because your road will cross through the path, the bike path and walking path.
Yes, the bike path has actually been designed around the design for Cleasby. They work together.
Okay. Do we now have to put something out for the residents on the going towards Coldwater on the left there? Do we have to notify them that a road is going through there?
Only if you approve it in the budget, then we start going through that process of making those things happen. So during tender period and things like that, we'd be doing a lot of engagement and notifications and.
This has already been gone around a couple times when they're aware of this is going to happen at some point.
Oh, is that right?
Yep. So,
okay.
Sean?
What I'll say is this is one of the oldest projects you have on the books. You remember how we always make fun of our DCC bylaw and how it's ancient? This is straight up a 2007 DCC bylaw project. And I think it's come forward no less than about 7 times to the council table for actually doing the project. There's only a very small portion of funding that is set aside in that. There is, yeah, it's an insignificant sum. There is still a question because you're not going to be able to see it on parcels. City owns this parcel. Yes.
That's the emergency, the old emergency one?
Yep. Is this, that's just Google Maps. The. Yeah, I want to make sure I get this right. I think this is the parcel that, or this is the area that is designated for road currently. It probably makes more sense that it's this parcel, but it would take a land swap to get it potentially. So there is still some
work that I think needs to be done.
I'm sure I saw, of course, it's not fresh in my head, I'm sure I saw a jog over to where the actual road is. So it comes over, jogs over.
Yeah.
We may have.
That's how it got designed.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but anyways, what I do want to say is one of the primary reasons for it, I'm going to look at Chief, is in terms of the fire connection for this particular area. When you're looking at fire times, routes, et cetera, this particular area is a really weird spot to not have any connection. And I don't know if you want to speak to that anyway, Chief.
We can change that for engine 2. Is that what I heard?
What I can say, way back in 2007, we had done some fire station location studies and had identified some areas where we have, maybe our response times are lacking. One would be to the area of 1500 block, kind of Camford area. The other is the Grimmett Springbank connector, for instance. So when we actually put that on a travel time type of scenario, it shows that our response times are lengthy because we have to go well out of our way to get to those core areas, as opposed to the Queensby connector would take us into the heart of the area around the school and whatnot, reducing our response time.
And what does the...
Councillor Charney?
Sorry, that was...
Yeah, no, hold on. I'm going to get somebody else. Got a question here. Councillor Newman, you're going to have to hit your button again, Rick. I had to hit the button the wrong way. Sorry. Yep, please. I hit the wrong button. Sorry. Thank you.
My one question is just, seeing as though that this has been on the books since 2007, why has it, that's a lot of councils that has been deferred from. So is there a reason that it always, the same project just keeps getting deferred? Question of staff, please.
That's a good question. In my maybe almost 8 months, seven plus months here, it has not become overly apparent to me. Maybe if you had
I will be willing to bet, we'll see where this goes, it gets deferred for the same reason you're probably going to defer it. That there always tends to be other projects at the price point that this comes in at. You're looking at, $965,000. It's a relatively insignificant sum where the primary benefit is to provide a fire connection that we found a way to deal with for a whole long period of time without this. And so it's on the books. It should happen at some point. We all acknowledge it, but it's a fairly expensive new capital project that is seen generally to not offer a ton of additional benefit. And the costs have climbed significantly since when it was originally scheduled in 2007. But in almost every go round, it just ends up being seen as a bit less important than other capital projects when you maybe only have $2, $3, $4 million to allocate in a year. Taking 25% of it and putting it to this just doesn't always go down easy.
Well, my question then would be, understandably, I agree that $1 million is a lot for a project when we see the deterioration of major arteries in our city. But I would look at this and say, if saving somebody's life is of the utmost importance and the response time is delayed, why are we not looking at alternatives instead of making it $1 million project? Why can we not just go through and at the very least, there's a gravel patch. At the very least, if it's a response time situation, that to me supersedes almost everything. And much like the Grimmett interchange, we're looking at that. So I would say that maybe not the $1 million project, but maybe it's as simple as how do we just get from point A to point B as quick as possible without making it $1 million project and still having the project at least underway.
Well, in my perspective anyways, I believe we have some standards in our development standards documents that says this is what the road should look like in these areas. So if we don't want that, we could probably definitely do something quite a bit more cost effectively. How it impacts the people next door, if there's more gravel in that area or if it is a gravel road, dust, other things. It's choices, and we'll work with whatever choices you figure are best.
So a little bit of history from sitting at 2008 to 2018 and dealing with this 3 or 4 times. This was always the thing that when we had to hit a number was dropped every single time. And the Collettville ditches were the same thing. We got to a point where we had to meet a number and we dropped it. And so I'm not saying it's not important, but it's a wish, but it's not, it just unfortunately was the foster child that got left behind every time.
Yeah. And these are the things, I mean, I feel I have an obligation when I find a design on the shelf to bring it forward for funding because it is on the shelf and it got put there for a reason, right? And the more things we have on the shelf that are current when funding comes available, whether it's grants, better. This does not appear to be something that is going to fit any kind of a grant criteria, so this will be ratepayer funded in the city of Merritt. So.
And then when the rail bed was bought, there was questions on what that was going to look like with the rail bed and the path through. Yeah. There was talk of a community garden there. There was a whole pile of different iterations on this thing. So
the one other thing that I'll add to it is that I actually think that there was discussion. I want to say it was in 2018, first year of the last council. I might be off on my timing with that, where there was a bit of a discussion of hey, what happens if we just rough a road in? And the conversation at that time was, if you rough a road in, you're going to have a roughed in road. Do you want the public traveling the roughed in road? Is this like an emergency road only? How do you delineate that? And realistically, I think it comes back to Rick, is if it's going to be a public road, you should probably have it to a public road standard. It would be a bit weird to have a road in the middle of your city. It's the only portion that's public road that's not paved in really the entire city. And so we ended up looking then at what happens if we cut the water and sewer looping, or the water looping at the very least. It was the water and sewer. What happened if we cut both the water and sewer looping as part of the project? It wasn't really changing the underlying numbers very much. I think it went from a $900 and some odd thousand project to an low 800s project. And short of it is, no matter how we sliced and diced it, I think there was just always a little bit of angst as to whether this is a project that meets the cut or not.
And the community, usually when you're out, people say, I'd really like to see something. Nobody really mentions that they'd like to see that connection. Some people have, but most people don't talk about it at all. So maybe it's something that we just remove. I don't know.
And if it does help, I mean, I've been through a lot of the files, and over the last number of years, there's been planning studies, there's been infrastructure audits, and different master plans and whatnot created. A lot of them are getting to that lifespan where they need to be updated as well. But in order to effectively get some good, hard asset management planning on a lot of this stuff, so we have a long-term quality capital management plan, we're still doing the work on that. We're finding parts of it as the documents age that, there's a lot of good work that's been done, but we still got to gather all this stuff up and make a current run at it. And a lot of that, is going to take time because it takes staff to do it. And I'm not going to be the person to stand up here and say we need a whole bunch more staff. I mean, I'd rather let's take a look at what's important and focus and see how we do, because I know there's pressure on the staff side and I don't want to react that way. But at the same time, this stuff takes time. I can't just grab everything in a week and put it in front of you and say, here's a plan. I got to get my head wrapped around it, and we got to get some good work done on it to finish a lot of the stuff.
Councilor Richard?
In 2017 and 18, we had our worst flood years that we had on the Nicola side. And of course, our priority for the last term was raising Nicola and doing the project, because that had been our worst flooding at that point. And that's where we focused the money. So when we saw the shelf-ready project, it got the axe because it wasn't as important as the first section of vote. So I expect it will get the axe again, but who knows? That's what happened, at least in the last term, unfortunately. But money's only so many dollars in so many projects. So, and again, if we don't fix the ugly part of vote by the RCMP station, we'll get.
You'll get axed.
we'll get the axe. So, we have to decide what's more important, I guess, so.
Your worship.
You don't have to put your hand up, Chief. You can just stand up and start talking.
It might not apply to the Cleasby Street connection, but when we are looking at things like this agreement to Springbank, and we look at the building code, and we look at the fire department's 10-minute response time, we actually produce response time amounts. It will have an effect on developers, spatial separations between buildings, which could affect the number of parcel or of individual lots, how many they can sell, things like that, including building materials and things like that. So some of these pictures are bigger than just putting a road through or something like that for fire department access. Some of them actually have implications for developers and how they can profit the most off of the land that they own or have potential for development, number of building units.
Take Chief.
If I may too, Your Honor, the one thing that I worry about a fair bit is at this point we're a third of the way into the year, right? And we're still making decisions. I worry a lot about contractor capacity.
Yes.
So when you think about that, a couple of jobs we put out, we get one bid on. We've got highway work going on that's dragging contractors away from us. So deferring and focusing on a priority, if you have one, is probably not a bad thing right now, because we're probably going to have a hard time getting cost-effective interest in doing work here right now. Much as I like to build things, I could spend all day outside walking around construction sites. I love it. Have as many as you want, I'm in. But I'm not sure we're getting best value all the time, and we can tender stuff, but that's one of my biggest concerns is where we're at in the year, and do we need to focus a little bit more? I'm bringing things up because, like I said, they're going to be in my list. We defer them. I push them down a year. We talk about it again next year. It gets deferred again. I'm keeping it up front where we see it all the time. I'm not going to lose it. But think about things like that as well on the focus side, because I worry a fair bit about pricing and availability of contractors.
Councillor Hogan?
Next. So since this project has been postponed since 2008, I just want to make sure that the cost is updated. It says that it's going to be $975, so is that the current cost?
If I recall, that cost estimate was a year or so old. It was refreshed. Yeah.
Councillor Chani?
I look at the total budget here for capital and it's 12,000. Now I do understand it was 8,000 for the Boat Street.
Million.
Pardon me, 8 million.
That's 12,000.
Thank you. 12 million. And I do understand that there's also 8 million grant pending for the Boat Street. But that's a lot of our budget. So things like a sidewalk at Forksdale. Can you explain to me, are the residents in Forksdale contributing to this sidewalk also? Why is Forksdale a priority for a sidewalk?
Okay, so the section that we're talking about is basically from, I think it's Tim Hortons McDonald's area there. There's a bus stop out front. And then there's nothing all the way around the corner of the curb to another bus stop. So logically, we're encouraging people to walk either on landscaping or the road to get to another bus stop. It's one of those areas, as I've been looking around town, I find we do not have a connectivity thing going on here. I mean, we have a bus stop out in the middle of nowhere that there's no sidewalks leading to, and yet there's a bench and everything else there for people. So when I look at things like that, I want to see some connectivity. I want to see crosswalks. I want to see things where when people are walking, they don't get to a point where they go, where do I go from here? I'm trying to get to a bus stop. How do I get there without, if it's raining, without walking in all that mud? Well, I'm going to be on the road. Is the road the best place to put people right now?
But you've got from McDonald's all the way to Walmart with no sidewalk. And that's a very dangerous road there for people to be walking.
But are we encouraging people to walk across the province's interchange?
Well, no, because the sidewalk should have been there in the first place. Something should have been in place for residents who are A, biking, B, walking. That's a very dangerous area.
Yeah.
And I think that also should be a priority because people do walk there, people do bike.
Bearing in mind that's the province's interchange.
I agree, but the city should have been at the table saying, We have to have something to get the pedestrians across that.
I agree.
And so I'm saying we're spending $55,000 on on a sidewalk at Forksdale, yet another area that to me is more important because it's a safety issue is not being addressed.
At this time, no, because I know that's going to be a lot of dollars. It's going to be a lot of negotiations with the provincial government. There's no world where you just go, well, let's run a sidewalk over there. There's a lot to be done on that. I think we had some long-range planning for active transportation type path, but we're still dealing with widening out bridges, finding a place to put it, very much like we're talking about on the Middlesbrough Bridge right now of what is it going to look like when we're done and where do people walk across it and bike across it. These are a lot bigger conversations that take time to get. I'm looking at smaller things right now that we can achieve with what we have to work with in the timeframes that we have to work with, and just highlighting certain connectivity issues. We have another very similar one down on the that'd be the west end of Nicola, down by the trailer park. There's a bus stop sitting there, and the sidewalk ends way back here, and there's a trailer park and a bunch of people living down there, and the sidewalk and the bus stop's in no man's land. So walking to it's real tough.
A little context on the sidewalk from going over to Walmart. We took that to the Premier in 2017, etched out what the problem was, and left it with them, and they never got back to us. So it's been raised once already by us. The other plan that we were told is if you go up Middlesbrough Pub, that is supposed to extend out and was supposed to hop over and connect. It was never, I mean, it was a dream, it never got there, but so there was some plans, but they just never came to fruition. So that part has been brought to the province that we're concerned, because as Rick says, it's really their situation to fix, not ours. We probably should. We have already done it once, so there is a history of us at UBCM with that. So.
I think we should because it is a safety issue.
Councilor Newman.
Sorry, that's exactly what I was going to say, and I don't see why we can't put a motion on the table to have that brought to the province's attention. It's something that should be continuously, year after year, being brought back if it is a concern of our residents, and I don't doubt that it is a concern. I've seen people at 6 o'clock in the morning in the pitch dark walking across that. So I'm just going to put a motion on the table that at our next UBCM we reach out to the Minister of Transportation to bring this back and deal with it going forward as a budgetary item, not maybe today because it's something, but let's bring back the plans or the past discussions and at least at the very little have the conversation.
Yeah, we can do that.
That's a motion.
I need a seconder. Councilor Egan. Any questions on the motion? All those in favor? Opposed? None.
Okay, so if I may, before your next question, we started at the top of the list and we jumped all the way down to the bottom of the list. Can I guide you back to an item that you probably want to talk about? That'd be the Pine Ridge Cemetery expansion.
Mm-hmm.
So that's under the capital side, page 140. So a bunch of that was funded in 2022 to the tune of $258,000. It was tendered, and the tender came back well in excess of the budgeted amount. One bidder, and what you don't know is what the real value is compared to what the consultant gave us, or was it just one bidder and the price was really high for what it was. So rather than, if your wish is to go with the plan that we had and retender it, that's what the budget number represents. Because when I first put the budget together, we put it together with well, if that's where bids come, if we're going to retender it, we're going to need somewhere in that ballpark, obviously, to do it. I've since gone up there and spent some time at the cemetery like I have everywhere else, and took a look at the columbarium that we have, took a look at the plans, and I'm not sure we want to move that columbarium that's there. Chances are we're going to end up buying another one because I don't see that thing moving without breaking. And then they have this whole horseshoe section there that was going to have this great wall in it, and lots of neat things, and it looks very, let's call it gold-plated, I guess. It looks like a very nice solution but I think that might be a little bit too much for what we need. So as a out for you on that one, I would offer that if you want to just leave the carry forward budget on that, let me do some work on small scale around where the existing columbarium is. I'll do a little bit of terracing in that location and get set for more to go in that same area. Maybe we'll do some terracing on some of the grave sites as we go up the hill, because that thing's very steep and it's kind of awkward to watch the guys dig the graves right now and place coffins in there. It's interesting with the slope the way it is. So maybe a bit of terracing with some of these walls. We've got a great supplier here in town that'll work with us on blocks that I went and met with a couple of weeks ago. There's a lot we can probably do a little more piecemeal if you would rather. If you want to stick with the plan that they had, we're looking at the funding the way it was proposed. So that was one of the outs I wanted to give you on capital to save something else.
Councilor Etcher.
This had come back to us, I think, last year during budget, and we were, I think it was in the 300 and some odd thousand range then, so the 425 doesn't shock me because things keep getting more expensive. So it'd be great to see if you had a plan, because I know that there's a lot of people holding on to their plans to bury ashes or whatever they're wanting to do simply because we have no availability or very little. So if you did have some plans coming up, that would be great, because
this particular job was largely that horseshoe shaped
with the benches and
wall with all, and it's a beautiful thing. I'm just not sure that's affordable right now unless you tell me that's a big priority and we want to go forward with it.
Yep. Great.
I think we can do some other things with the money if we could just carry forward what we had in the budget and do some smaller scale stuff and work towards other things.
Yeah, I think we've been hoping, I think we hoped that was going to be available in like 2019, so that never happened because I think
well, we've been avoiding, from what I understand, using that columbarium because the idea was it was getting moved. And if you look at it, I don't see the point in moving it. No. I'd leave it there and do the other thing and just leave that one there and get another one.
If that breaks, where are you going to get another one quickly?
See, yeah. So I think we're going to put that one into use. We've already got sites up there that are actually below that section that is getting full, but the next sites, I've got a number in the ops budget to get it actually surveyed and registered for titling for that stuff. Mm-hmm. So we're working towards it, but I think we can do a much nicer job by looking at it with a bit of a different lens. Maybe not that beautiful solution, but something that's going to function really well.
I think at this point, people are just needing a space where they can go visit, their loved ones in the ground or their resting spots. So, thank you.
Councilor Newman.
I would support scaling back the project, but I'm just wondering if there's an option to, there's a great idea. It's great conceptually speaking, but again, there doesn't seem to be a lot of plans that ever come back as a completed option. This is what I'd like to see, one report, and then we could see that scaled back dollar figure with it, or is it we just approve $258,000, say go for it, and then we see the completed project. And it's nothing against yourself personally. I know this has been on the books for a long time, but I would like to see some sort of continuity when it comes to us putting dollar figures towards something. Let's have a summary report come back to council and say that for $258,000, this is what you want to do. I can stand behind it 100%.
No, I get that. And this option came to me after we put the budget together, when I went up and looked at it and spent some time seeing how things go together. And I think we can do better. And yes, we can make some plans, whether we do it in-house. I can do the drafting myself, picture it all up really nice. And we can bring you that. I don't know if you've seen the past design. Very well done. Same type of thing. We can get a consultant to do something up on a different scale if we want to take a different route. But bottom line is, the goal there would be to constrain it to the carry forward number that was previously approved. And yes, we can do more plans and present it to you if you want to go that route. I kind of like to build things sometimes, just let's get her done too. So if you just want her done, stand back.
Councilor Turner.
I agree with Councilor Newman. I think people just want to have somewhere nice to
go and visit their past families. You know, they want the lawn mowed. They don't want weeds. They just want something pleasant looking, which I think that the maintenance can do. I don't think we need some fancy memorial type thing. You know, if we're maintaining it and if you get your stepping going up so that it's easier for people to walk, I think basically that's what people want. Sometimes it's overboard, and I don't know how many people really would go to that. They're more going to to the grave site, and I think they just want. Personally, that's what I would want. I'm not going there, but that's what I would like. Something nice and not full of weeds, etc.
You're right, and if we do some terracing, it'll be a lot easier to keep the grass on it. Because right now things just right down the hill.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Councillor Egan?
Just change the subject a little bit. I'm eager to find out where you see all this, the erosion repairs and the dry well on Clapperton and the connection to the storm sewer, all these other storm sewer maintenance projects, but I don't see storm sewer repairs scheduled for Nicola and Garcia, which I think is important.
Okay, and just for your knowledge, that came up just last week. I wasn't aware there was a problem there. It's something we're going to have to investigate. That said, the Clapperton dry well, we'll start off with one that's individual compared to the other things. This is one that a resident brought to us. What you see on 118 is the design. You will also see another one somewhere in here, at least it should be, where it's the actual construction. I'm probably push that into next year because we're going to get it designed and then possibly build it next year. If you want them both done now, it's a bigger ticket, obviously. So what that involves is, I think it's just, virtually south of the school, in and around Clapperton, was it Priest area in there? There's a couple of dry wells in an alley, and that whole area is low. And the road next to it that comes up and turns, a storm system was extended 5 or 6 years ago, and then a couple of catch basins put up there, but that spot was never connected to it. It's a shame that pipe didn't get extended right up to the alley. It'd be real easy then, but we're gonna have to design a connection to it. That's the one the resident brought forward that you'd asked me to consider in here, and that's what that one is. It's a pretty significant hole right there that collects water. It's got nowhere to go, and if those dry wells fill up or they're frozen off, they're not taking any water. So that's one. The other ones, there was some stuff on Parker Drive. So as it turns out, I'm learning a lot. There's a number of pumped out dry well type structures on the downstream side of Parker Drive, all the way through there, that have electrical connections in them and some pumps. The electrical is rusted out and problematic left, right, and center. So bringing that stuff up to code, we've been working a little bit with the electrician on that. But when you look at the overall area, there may be some very good opportunities to actually collect that water and connect it to a storm system on either end and get that pipe working all the way through. Haven't fully proofed it out yet. It would have to go to design first, so I'm proposing a design first, and then, but I'd really like to get that electrical out of those things and get those things working like a storm sewer, given the area up there. Feel free though, I mean, we are working on the electrical. If you wanted to defer something like that, that's one of those ones that I'd like to have on the shelf, because if something gives up, or if we get grant funding, we want to be able to move on it, knowing what we can do. There's a couple others up there that are drainage down off of Parker. You see some pretty heavy scours and erosion. What those things need is the outfall that's right in behind the lots. They need to be pipe connected all the way down to the ditch. That area all landscaped, there's already one done like that. And then that whole ditch at the bottom all needs to be cleaned out as well, so it all functions correctly. Right now it's not functioning well at all. The golf course is getting slurries all over the grass when we get heavy rains and stuff coming out of those pipes. So I'd like to get those things designed as well, so we can then look at funding the actual work when it needs to happen, which ideally would be in the shorter range rather than the longer range, because protecting those hills from erosion, I think, is a fairly significant, important item at this point with the amount of looking I've done up there anyways.
Councillor Attorney?
I agree, these type of projects you just talked about need to be done. So is it possible you've got on line 132, the back page, top item, a fleet pickup truck. Is it possible to push that back a year or so? And then also the residential garbage truck, 400,000 boring. Are those two items that we could push back a year or so? Or
I'll give you the pickup, but I'll fight you for the garbage truck. How's that?
Okay, give me the pickup. So,
this is the 9:40 p.m. negotiation. The quality is
11th hour. So let me back you up on this. We are going to have a few other conversations about some other items that I would call are emerging. The compost sites, coming close to a conversation with you guys. The garbage collection, the recycling, these are things that are coming to a head very fast because we're having issues with them. The residential garbage truck itself is starting to break down a fair bit. So we're getting calls at noon on a regular basis. How come the truck hasn't picked anything up? Because they usually get here by 7:30. Well, because somebody's got to fix it before they get back out there. So it's getting to that end of lifetime. The other thing we're noticing with the recycling, and once again, this can be a bigger conversation at some time, but we have a dual stream truck right now. So one truck, we put all our eggs in that one basket when it's running, and it's picking up both recycling and garbage. Mm-hmm. We get these reports from Recycle BC, and the TNRD also has some policy coming in that they've agreed not to hit us with fines at this point yet, but it's coming, that when we get our contamination, they're going to start charging us for it. Same thing with the commercial, on the commercial side as well. So we're running into a few other things that connect to all this. So because the truck is getting to that stage, that it's a little less reliable and starting to show wear, and we're having the potential for human error at 900 to 1,000 bins a day, which one got dropped in which compartment, and getting some contamination, I'd like to move to a dual stream model, and I'd like to downsize the trucks. Instead of having one big one that does two things, I like to go to two smaller trucks long term, and then keep them rotating every few years so we can keep them fresh on about a 6-year basis. To get there, we have to start with one. I wouldn't recommend going with a big truck again with the dual stream thing. I think right now the goal would be put another one out. It's probably going to be January, February at best by the time we get it anyways. So based on that time frame, you could defer it to next year if that was important, knowing that we probably wouldn't have to pay for it till next year, but we'd be looking for approval at some point because things are wearing out and the lead time required to get them. I'd like to start with keep the big one for now and just change it to dual stream. Just do one job, put the little one out, and we'll do both things at once and get these two bodies out doing other things earlier in the day and get that garbage and recycling picked up quicker. Ultimately down to two, possibly even an electric one. I've been finding some sources for a manufactured electric garbage truck down at the coast, and they're apparently doing very well. So there's some other options that if those things interest you, we can get into it. Sorry, there's not a full plan on it yet. It's just in the short time I've been here, this is one of the key catalyst items that we've been having grief with, and it's taken a lot of time to work through, so I think we need to have it at the forefront. Does that answer the connectivity questions at all for all that?
Councillor?
Yeah, I think he was asking you back your question.
If you have two trucks, does that mean you have to have two employees? Will it cost us more in the long run, having two trucks?
No, I'm hoping it's going to increase efficiency to the point where they get out, get that job done, get back and go do other things for you. And then we always have that backup. Should that truck break down, we can always do 2 laps with the other truck, right?
Councillor Newman?
So all the requests that have come forward in regard, just because I've water and sewer, obviously, there's water and sewer funds respective to each of those. No effects at all to the water or sewer rates then?
Help?
Well, I kind of, usually when I would like to see water and sewer, there's respective water and sewer rates that go with each of those, so I'd like to make sure that, I know we talked about at the last budget meeting that those rates have not been touched since 2019, so I just want to be sure that obviously, there's no need to adjust those, and if we do need to, that would take into account these requests.
Sewer, as we talked, has a really healthy reserve and surplus. The parcel tax was originally set higher than it is now for sewer, and we were collecting money thinking that they would have to do something, a total rebuild of the RI basins or something, which they ended up not having to do. The technology or something changed, so they didn't need the funds. So they have a healthy reserve. Water is not as healthy, but it's still pretty good. And water funds, water and sewer projects also qualify for our gas tax funding and other funding. So
then with that being said, because I see that these are under the Public Works capital request, would they then not go through the water and sewer fund specifically?
Yeah, they would probably get funded through that.
So then the request. Okay.
If it's a dedicated pickup truck, we would
No,
the cost.
I'm not, nothing about a pickup truck,
Oh,
still
okay.
on water and sewer.
Okay. I don't know what else is on that list on the Public Works capital, because we have separate sheets for the water and sewer.
Right, so would these come off of this budgetary request and go directly through the water and sewer?
Yeah, I'm just not sure what is on there. What are you saying? Other than the truck.
Sorry, on here, storm sewer model maintenance is one of them. Water master
Storm
plan.
sewers are drainage, so they're separate than the sanitary sewer.
Okay.
The drainage, the importance of drainage is for keeping your roads and that infrastructure, so it tends to fall under the general fund. We've had that conversation.
Okay, and then the water master plan update at $70,000. Obviously, that would be.
That would go towards water fund.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've currently got them in engineering projects.
Okay,
because
so
they are engineering.
sorry, hold on.
We're going all back. No,
Under the capital for engineering, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I am on the page that Public Works capital requests.
Okay.
There's a $70,000, page 164. Let's just start with this one. So it is a $70,000 0.76 tax impact that is listed on the Public Works capital request. But if it is a water request, it should come out of the water fund, so therefore that would not be a tax implication.
Okay, so I'm not sure that's where it goes because it's not hardware for water. Not sure if that makes much of a difference. Where I placed it was in an engineering budget area because it's an engineering study.
Okay, so then
if you feel it goes into the water, we can definitely move that kind of stuff.
And this would be my question, so I'm trying to break down the budget so that if we're having the water things come, that was just one example. So if the water request, and that being one, come out of this overall tax implicated budget and then go to the water fund where in my head, that's the bucket they come out of, that would be removed from this budget, and then therefore we have a little bit of extra funding available in the overall budget, if we wanted.
Yes.
If that's the appropriate place to put a planning study for the water system, correct?
Yeah, it's handled differently in different places, and traditionally we have here kept anything related to water within the water fund and the sewer within the sewer fund.
So then these could get moved over there?
The water one could, the storm sewer model maintenance would stay under.
Stay here, yeah, okay, fine.
And just so you're aware, there was, I think, 3 different items for models: storm sewer, sanitary sewer, and the water plan, and not the plan, the modeling update and maintenance. A lot of our models are old, and you have to understand from an engineering perspective, to run models on these things takes specialized skills, it takes specialized software. By the time you train somebody, buy the software, have all this stuff done, you're probably paying for 3 or 4 years of a consultant doing it for you, let alone it's a staff person as well to manage all this stuff. So I'd like to, and I've started putting it in here for that, so we can get an outside body managing our models and keeping them up to date all the time. So as things change with developments, we have updates. So when the next developer comes in down the line, he understands what the last guy did and how it impacts his stuff and how he impacts things. So keeping these things live, I think, is good practice on these 3 utility areas. So that's why they're proposed in there.
Okay, and then one other question that I'm just not sure, it's an overall question of Public Works, is do we do in-house SCADA services, or is that something, or do we do it at all? Have we ever done it?
What do you mean by services, like the maintenance and the electrical work on it?
The actual SCADA, like, so having an in-house like service where they digitally go in the ground and through the services to know whether we need updates, or like if there's a broken pipe.
Oh, you're talking about the camera.
The SCADA camera service, yes. Do
Okay,
we do
so
that here?
We camera things on a rotating basis, yes. I'm not sure exactly what I think sanitary sewer, I think I heard every 4 years we get around the city, they do different sectors each year.
It's an annual budget line.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, no, that was just a curious question. Thank you.
Yeah.
So Rick, just one other question. The dual purpose garbage truck we have, how many years old is that now? Because I think I was on council when
I
we
want to say
approved it.
6 or 7.
Yeah, I think 7.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And just for clarification too, on that pickup that we talked about, that was water sewer as well.
Yeah, yeah. So we can move that. So maybe you can get that back. Let's take a look at the water sewer.
And in the absence of an asset plan for the fleet at this point, Mike is working on that. We do intend by the next budget cycle to have a lot more detail in these things. But we're looking over the fleet and giving it right now the low-hanging fruit based on what we see for sure and what we know about things. We do want to get into a position where this stuff is all programmed. You see it years in advance. I've tried in what I've done here to project a few of these vehicles on their replacement cycle with pickups and garbage trucks and things like that out over the capital plan out to 2027. It's not written in stone yet because we haven't done a lot of research on it. We're just looking at what we have and knowing the life and the usage and making some quick planning.
Sue Smith?
I just wanted to, of course, I am interested in timing this a little bit for council. For the capital items in particular, don't worry too much when you're kind of debating themselves whether this is an in or an out item right now. Ask the questions that you need to ask, of course, because Rick may not be at the next meeting. But what I will say is the capital is going to get a whole lot easier when you have reserve balances and an actual check to say, hey, this is what we have available. All of a sudden, why are we even talking about any of these 14 projects here? Because there just isn't the funds to do them, or there's the funds to do all of them, and it changes the way the discussion works fairly significantly. And so I look at the capital list in particular. There's a lot of analysis that you can do on there, but I'm very confident we have more capital projects this year than there is both capacity and dollars to run. And so I ask what you need to ask, create a bit of a priority list for yourself, but I just really want you to know that we're not expecting all of these capital projects to run this year. And it's when you see it in the broader context that is going to be a bit apparent.
Councillor Choi?
Can you just tell me what the sidewalk grinder attachment does? And
Okay, so in addition to that, you'll probably find a request in there for a painting machine.
Right.
So this goes into when we do our inspections and we find a problem, what do we do about it? Right now, we wait until we bring a contractor in and they go around and do a whole bunch of grinding for us. But if it's dangerous, what's the other option? We smear a bunch of cement on it, maybe we mark it with some paint.
Spray paint.
I want to get into a position where basic functions, general painting, can we remark a crosswalk in the fall? Because we paint everything in, say, June or May. A lot of them are wore out. By fall, can we do them all again before winter? Can we do it ourselves? $10,000 paint machine or whatever it's gonna be might get us to that point. A grinder will allow us to, when Tristan goes out and does his inspections, he's got a hierarchy of, does it need to be done now? Do we need to mark it and put a cone on it? Is it something we need to put into a work plan, or is it something we need to get to a contractor to do? I would rather see us be able to do a lot more of these things on the fly. I got a problem here, bring the grinder out, grind this thing down. So our staff is maintaining our infrastructure all the time, and we're less beholden to contractors and their schedules, because we've had a couple of trip complaints over the last while, one last year. And yeah, that's, you go and look at it, go, yeah, that's 1.5 inches. Where'd that come from? Oddly enough, the one we had last year, there was an inspection done on that stretch of sidewalk and it wasn't there at the inspection. And it looks like a big truck had been turning into a particular business and broke the sidewalk all up because there was no backing in the landscaping behind it, but.
So it's a safety issue. So this would be a help with safety.
It comes down to our crew's ability to react to maintenance, minor, basic maintenance when it comes up. I want our crews to be able to go out and change out a slab of sidewalk. Maybe not 40 meters of it, but if we got a broken slab that's all heaved up, can we go cut that thing out and put it in ourselves? There's a cement mixer ask in there. Can we go buy the bags of cement, mix it ourselves out there, and get this thing poured and done? If it's a bigger thing where we got 14 of them, call the cement truck in and we should be able to still finish it ourselves. So a lot of this is building the tools and then the capacity and knowledge in our own staff to react to our own problems without waiting for contractors all the time.
Good.
So just to let you know, Wendy, I met with a lady this week that took a tumble on one of our sidewalks and smashed herself up pretty good. So, and that, I talked to Rick about it, and, you know, it doesn't meet the criteria, but had it, we would have to wait for a contractor to actually come and do something about it. Whereas if we had our own equipment, it could be done today.
Well, I would like to see us doing more of this instead of bringing contractors in.
And the contracting price goes up a lot more than what it's worth, is it not? I mean, especially the line painting?
Yeah, definitely, and it's not just cost, it's, I like to have control of time. So if I see a problem, I want to fix it, I want to move on to the next problem. If I don't have control of time because I'm waiting for somebody else's schedule, then we got to keep all this stuff on the books and keep remembering, you know, and it's, we just want to move through and get things done, right?
Councilor Newman?
Again, just following up on my previous comments in regards to water and sewer funds, I'm just on the operating side now. Obviously, there's a few more requests that are coming through on the back page here, and it's labeled page 237 of 237 is the one I'm on. Just wondering if, again, these are things that could directly be funded through the water and sewer fund versus the general taxation fund. And I know that they all can't be, but like, you know, these are ongoing costs.
Which?
You're in the water sewer operating sheet? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it came out, you had it last week.
Yes.
It should be in your binder.
Should be in your binder. 237.
Is the question whether the water sewer operating sheet is coming from the water sewer fund?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, these ones are all water.
Okay, thank you. I just, for clarification, thank you. Yeah, no, they are.
I'm like, if you found more of these, I'm gonna lose my marbles. I'm like, yeah, that one's all water sewer.
Yeah.
And I wanted to bring something else to your attention. It's been sort of an emerging issue the last couple of weeks and blew up on us again today, but something to keep in your back pocket for information. We're having a lot of grief over the wastewater treatment plant, the press. At some point, we're gonna have to do something major. It went down again today and we got 2 guys shoveling all that stuff out so they can get at things. It's not a pretty picture. They actually sent me a picture going, look what we're doing today. It wasn't a nice picture, but that thing is giving us all kinds of grief. It's late in life. That whole plant is gonna be part of a bigger discussion at some point. We've got the master plan summary coming to us in the near future, and we will have to talk about that. But just wanted to let you know we're having some grief. Pretty old infrastructure over there, and that press is what sends our biosolids, sort of gets it prepped to go and out to the compost site. So it's all part of that food chain, and right now it's not pressing.
Pressing but not pressing.
The advantage of that one is, given it's not generally going to be taxation and sewers our most well-capitalized fund, we will have the opportunity, once we get this plan, bring it back to council for consultation to potentially do a budget amendment, kind of in stream instead of having to wait until the next budget cycle, because it's not going to be a big taxation.
It's not funded by taxes.
Things are wearing out though, including me. No, I'm more ill from a lot of other things, not from being here for a year.
Any other questions for Rick on any of the items? Anything else, Rick? Are you good?
Well, that's largely the highlights. Obviously, Volk Street is a fairly important thing for everybody right now, and we'll see how that all flies in your discussions. But yeah, if you're happy to go back and dig through it some more, I'm happy to answer more questions when you bring them to me.
And
thank you very much.
I will say the next time we meet, we are going to come with some more particular scenarios as best we can. And Rick's got it out working with the engineers right now. We know you want to see the particulars so you can make some decisions on vote. You'll see that 8.5 or 8.85 that is in there right now. That is not the number. This is going to be very likely. This is going to be carried somewhere closer to a 5 number. Using the 2.89 that you received from the Growing Communities Fund, and then water sewer reserves plus a portion of general. But that is still being worked through for what the specifics are going to look like.
And I did send you the breakdown on that today, just so you know.
Come out today?
Some good weekend reading for you.
Totally read that.
Did you send it to me too?
Well, you want to help us decide what to build?
No, I just need to know the costs.
Pretty dry reading. Okay, well, if that's it, who's next? You happy? Thank you.
Next.
Okay. I was entertaining everybody, I thought.
Okay, so we have Greg will be fairly quick. I think we've talked about some of these the other day. So what do you want to start with, the operations?
Sure.
Sorry, which page are you?
Admin operating requests.
So starting with
General operating.
2023.
Well, that's got everything on it, and I broke it into separate sheets for tonight so that it was easy. Yes, admin operating and then IT capital should be together.
Okay, thank you.
So starting off with administration issues, the council conference budget, as I explained on the pack, unfortunately, conference budgets are the kinds of things which tend to vary significantly throughout a council term. So the last council was just put in at $20,000 every year for the term, and over the course of the term that declined significantly. So by the final year they were only spending $8,500. Unfortunately, this year, of course, it's always the case. New council, you want to go to all the training sessions, you want to have the best bang for your buck of meeting with ministers, with lobbying for Merritt, with learning about all the roles. It is definitely a value add that going to conferences, seminars, training sessions, etc. adds to your role. But unfortunately, those things are not only is this the time in a term when you will expect to have more of them, but they're being hit with inflation like everything else. To take an example, we have UBCM is in Vancouver this year. I know that 10 years ago we could get a hotel room in downtown Vancouver in September for about $120 a night. That's now about $400, $500 if you're lucky. There have been substantial increases. I think as things currently stand, so you've got the conference policy where council are basically pre-cleared to attend UBCM at Silga, and then a couple of people a year go to FCM. FCM membership in particular changes depending on where it is. Last year was in Regina, which makes it relatively cheaper. It's a cheaper place to go to. It's nearer for us to travel to. This year it's in Toronto, which is more expensive to stay in, more expensive to get to. So it's those kinds of things that all come together, as a result of which, as things currently stand, council are expected to spend about $40,000 going to conference attendances this year. So we're requesting an increase in the budget in order to meet those requests. And if you don't want to do that, then essentially we would be asking you which conferences you want to start cutting back on immediately. This is just a one-year request because, as I said, we expect the spend to be higher in the first year of a term than in subsequent years of a term.
Councillor Newman?
Well, a few questions on this one. When was the last time this policy was reviewed?
The last time the policy was reviewed was last year. It had a relatively minor change, which increased by one the number of councillors who are allowed to attend FCM.
Fair enough. And then my next question, just following up on this one specifically, is have we reviewed it as a whole to see, just where I had come from in Logan Lake, I know there's a different procedure as to council budget, and I'm just wondering if if it has been considered to have individual council budgets as a like $1 figure per council member, and once you reach that amount annually, then therefore it's your choice whether you go to a conference or you don't because you've exceeded your budget. So I know there's different ways to do this. I'm just not sure if that's something that has been considered or would be considered.
I mean, it's a valid way of doing it. I don't think that's been discussed in Merritt certainly in recent years, unless Mr. Smith knows more about that.
Yeah, where it's been split out is the overall large conference budget was always centralized, and then because it was sort of viewed that, for example, when Wendy goes to a conference, there's sort of value in somebody going, but there wasn't necessarily always well, this is me going to that conference. We just want somebody to attend it and bring that information back. And so I think that was part of the logic, whereas at the local meeting level, there are individual council, I want to say it's $500 or whatever. It is not a big number for each member of council. It might even be 300. It's really not significant. So there's a local kind of events number that is on a per councillor basis, but the central one was done for all of council, again, with the idea that it's not always what you want to go. Sometimes you just get assigned to something, and because you're the one that has availability, you go do it. You could totally do it other ways, and I understand lots of communities do. So if council says they want to kind of reallocate that so it's a 7-way split, totally a possibility.
Councillor Charney.
Have you ever run out of money on councils going to too many conferences?
Well, technically, you're currently on course to run out of money this year.
Yeah, but in the past, are you finding that you're continually over budget?
The last few years have been very different on that front because COVID led to so many in-person cancellations, which meant that even if, say, registration fees remained the same and then people dialed in remotely, we didn't have to worry about accommodation and transport. So realistically, if we want to look at a genuine comparison, we're thinking back to about 2019 and earlier, and at that point, we've got some fairly different inflation figures in mind. So this is kind of a new consideration that we're going through for the first time in several years, really.
Okay.
Councillor Newman?
One more question, just kind of going back to where I was asking the question. So if someone were to inquire about, I know quite often in politics it becomes this councillor spent this much money and this councillor spent that much money. How do we in Merritt then account for what a specific councillor would spend in their budget?
So it still gets attached for Sophie on an individual basis.
Okay,
so
thank you.
All of you are going to Sophie, the individual registration cost as well as the hotel costs for your room are going to be attributed on an individual councillor basis, even if it's coming from the centralized GL.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
Well, there has been times where, when I was on council, at the end of the year, we got a list of who spent what and who went where.
We're required to, by the end of June, to do the Sophie report, and our accounting system tracks it. So even if you were all at a dinner, it would get split up 7 ways.
Because when I sat on council, most of the time I skipped Silga because everything that happened in Silga went to UBCM, so I just saw no need to go.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that does get published every year.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
So the next, we're requesting the creation of a new records coordinator position. This essentially is a role which has not existed in the past in Merritt, and as a result, at least in part as a result of that, our records are in, as he said in the report, extremely poor condition. I've got a letter here from 2004 where my predecessor at the time was writing to a resident and responding to a request noting, I've been unable to locate a copy of the report. Unfortunately, our archived records are in an unsearchable state at the moment. I hope this answers your questions. If it can be of assistance, let me know. I am desperately hoping that in 20 years' time, my successors will not be seeing similar letters signed by me, but as things currently stand, our records are in a very poor state. We did have luck last year using essentially a vacant position. There was a position which we were having extreme difficulty filling. And so we essentially repurposed that funding and made it a dedicated role, which then led to indexing some of our records for the first time in about 10 years. So we are in certainly a better situation than we were. The library upstairs, the file room down here, they are actually labeled and ordered for the first time in a long time. A few years back, we were just literally searching through boxes trying to find out what was in them because they weren't even labeled. We are in the process of transitioning from a somewhat unique Made in Merritt organizational schema to an LGMA compliant system, which is basically used across the province of BC to determine what our records are, how our records are sorted, and what retention schedules are applied to them, which is important for freedom of information purposes. And that is an extremely extensive project. If it continues to be done by existing staff, then it will take many, many, many years to make progress. We are also looking to digitize our records, so there's many things which exist in paper which don't need to. This again goes to Ms. McRae-Williams' request to have a look at things like, say, e-permitting systems. Because we don't have e-permitting in pretty much any of our areas, all of our application forms are filed on paper, which means they have to be filed in boxes, they have to be tracked, and they aren't tracked particularly well, haven't been for some decades. So we're looking to increase our use of digitization in order to increase efficiency and have much better idea of both what we have and when it should be destroyed in order to make sure we're compliant with legislation. Even things like the list of our active bylaws, we know that there are errors in it, and going through about 2,500 of those to find out which ones they repealed in the past when they have been improperly recorded, stamped, marked. It is a major task and major project. So we're requesting the creation of a new position in here. There have been a number of municipalities somewhat similar to us in BC that have done similar in recent years. So for example, City of Duncan, they created a term position to last for 2 years. Town of Oliver were looking for a term position. They were unable to fulfill it, so they got a contractor instead. In Vermeer, again, they hired a term position to do it. It's essentially, we would be fairly well within realm of normality to bring on a term position to get our records in a much better situation so that we could answer residents' questions, so we could ensure we're compliant with statutes, so we can make sure that we're more efficient and responding to things. We think it would add a very great deal of value. The organization won't fall over and die. If you don't fund this, we will simply continue having to tell people our records are in poor state and we're not entirely sure of the answer we're giving you.
Councillor Chair.
You say it's ongoing. Do you think this would be a 1 or 2 year process?
A lot. So I'm going to examples of Esquimalt, Invermere, Duncan, and Oliver. I think the general trend there was for a 2-year term, but we haven't exactly nailed that down.
Well, I think it's time we get into the 20th century, isn't it? So. Whatever. Actually, we are in the 20th century.
We might not even be there. This is one point, I don't know if you guys know, but I used to do Craig's role. And if there's one thing that I'm really, really convinced of, it's that this blend towards digitization has not served Merritt particularly well. We went from a system that sort of worked to now we've got 2 systems that really don't work. And where I know that we're missing things is, as a team collectively, there's a difference between, you guys are probably familiar with these terms, so you've got records that you need to keep, Then you have transitory records, and some of the emails that you have are going to be transitory records. They're not going to be important. They don't need to get filed. Lots of these aren't going to be those, and you are supposed to be documenting them, keeping them. They're sitting in everybody's email inboxes, but let me tell you what we're doing with most of those emails. They're sitting in their email inboxes until they leave, move on, and then we search those. Are they getting saved as records anywhere compliant with legislation? No, like they're not. We're not even close to hitting our legislated standards for what we do with our records right now. Is it crazy what the legislated standards are? Yes, they are absolutely asinine for what the standards are, because there's sort of an expectation that if there's ever any document that's produced at City Hall in the course of general business, somebody's going to be able to search that and know what that is. And that's a really big standard to hit if you think how you need to organize and store files to be able to retrieve those on an accurate basis. So if we want to have any hope of getting that, if you don't care all that much at the end of the day, take it.
Councilor Eden?
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I think that this is a really important role, and I see it going much longer than 2 years.
I personally hope it never leaves. If you get this, I guarantee you this isn't going to be it. If that's what you said in order to make this happen, we would say, hey, we would take the 2 years, but I strongly suspect this is going to be an ongoing role, particularly when you think that they have to provide staff training on what to keep, what to not keep, help people get the records where they need to go organizationally, maintaining the retention schedules. We're going to have a hard time, even if they set up the system, maintaining that system without this role. It's going to fall off again, and I'll almost guarantee it. So.
And it's highly qualified professionals that fulfill roles like this. Oftentimes, advertisements search for things like master's degrees in information sciences. So they are highly skilled professionals who do very important work.
And we've had situations when I was on council in the past where we had an FOI request that we had problems fulfilling because we couldn't find what they were looking for. And that's happened in the past, so because of the archaic systems.
So if we're moving on to snow removal, this one, so I should flag, Amanda Presnedon from Better at Home will be attending the council meeting on Tuesday, and she'll be talking about how the snow removal program ran last year. So we've historically tried and failed to run a volunteer Snow Angels program. Unfortunately, for various reasons, we were never able to successfully recruit, I want to say, enough people to make it work. The reality is Mr. Smith was on at least one occasion literally the only volunteer who came forward. We were able to use grant funding to make this work for the last 2 winters, and then council contingency funding to pay for some more of the program. Essentially, the way we have it split out is there are differently funded streams for seniors who then have to pass the thresholds, and disabled homeowners who pass different thresholds and go through things. As the grant funding has expired, if you wish the program to be run again, then funding would be needed. So based on the grant funding that we put into the program for the last couple of years, we're asking for $10,000 a year on an ongoing basis. And as I say, Ms. Presnedon will be much probably better than I could at answering detailed questions, but I'm more than happy to take any in outline at least.
Councilor Newman.
So I'm quite familiar with the Better at Home program. We've dealt with them in my previous community, and I'm just wondering, they are generally funded, are they not, through the United Way? Mm-hmm. So we would fund our portion, and then the United Way matches that? I'm just curious of how it works here. So it would be a $20,000 overall budget?
So the way it's worked in the last couple of years, United Way and Better at Home funded, I think it was the seniors one, and then the disabled homeowners was funded by a grant that we had through the Age Friendly and Accessibility Committee. But my understanding is that the Better at Home have informed us that, and I say this is why Ms. Presnedon will be coming to give you the details on Tuesday. My understanding is that their funding will no longer be available, and therefore we're being asked to fund the whole thing, but she is definitely going to be much better at me than answering your detailed questions on this. I'm caveating this one about as heavily as I possibly can.
Yeah, no, fair enough. And one final question is, just going through that, have we ever requested or gone through the secondary school to see if volunteer hours would be interested for their grad class? Because I know that's something that is heavily weighted when it comes to university acceptance, and I just wonder if volunteer hours are put out.
We did make a pitch on that. There was two underlying challenges with this. Because it's working with people in a vulnerable sector, there was a vulnerable sector check that needed to be done as part of this, which I'm not saying it's like a critical deterrent, but it was enough of a deterrent that it just seemed like a big hassle. So we had people where we could see the number of folks that clicked the link on this, and the number of people who clicked the link for it was a lot higher than applications we got afterwards. And so we'd set up a program where you could go do this vulnerable person's record check for free, but it just didn't get the pickup from that perspective. The other challenge is as it was developed on the first time, the idea is that you would actually have a person that you regularly do. So it was matching snow angels, where the best information we had at the time was that was kind of the most successful route to do this in smaller communities where it had been successful. So you kind of form a bond with your, I don't know, snow buddy, neighbor, whatever you wanted to call it. The difficulty with doing that was people had a bit of hesitancy about being able to commit all the time to doing things. Like, hey, I might be able to go out and shovel something on this Tuesday, but then I'm going to be out on a business trip for a week and I don't want to be leaving them hanging in the lurch. So then we tried creating like hybrid ones where people take it on together, and then it just became really administratively cumbersome, and ultimately folks said, I'm just going to go shovel my neighbor's driveway. So the short of it is there a different way to do that better? Probably. Is volunteerism also going to be a challenge to get the numbers that you need to shovel 50 walks and driveways? Probably.
Councillor Chernow.
I don't want to paint all high school students with the same brush, but we had an incident many, many years ago in Merritt where 2 high school students were assigned to an elderly person's home, and it didn't end out very well for the elderly resident. So I think that we have to be really careful if we start going through the high school and just having anyone volunteer for situations like that.
And I will say that holds true for everybody. It's why we were doing the vulnerable record checks with it.
Councillor,
I was just thinking that, if there were more block watch groups, that could fold into that quite nicely as well.
Councillor Hogan.
I guess there are different ends to that story. So I personally was able to volunteer when I lived in the States, and the students from high school were able to get credits for their PE, physical education, and that was a very successful program there, where I was an adult, supervising this group of people, and people were interested because of their, they didn't have to do their PE, so they were just going and rather, go and shovel some snow.
And did it work even if it didn't snow? They still got the credits for PE? Well, that's the
lack of predictability with our snowfall is one of the really hard things with this.
Yeah, we can't schedule it during when you happen to have a spare. It's snowing, you need to go right now. But if there's any opportunity, I like that idea because it wasn't an angle that I think got pitched. If kids can get credit for it, probably going to get a bit more traction than just, it looks great on a resume.
So if we're now moving on to increase to computer software, I have a horrible feeling that the things that you got for the IT department were actually, initially at least, a blank in the background justification, although you may have been updated today, hopefully.
This one, oh no, it doesn't have, sorry.
So I do have at least more details on all of these than I think you've seen already. So the software, for example, the ask on this one is the price of Office has gone up, and we also need to purchase ArcGIS for our engineering tech. So at least a reasonable chunk of this is just pretty straightforward, basically required in order for staff to do their jobs. Then there's also desk phone software licenses for $3,800, key fob Bluetooth licenses for $1,582. So the total increase is $43,800 in order to avoid 1/4 of staff losing access to their email. So we are asking for that one.
Oh, that's the one that was overwritten with 15,000, isn't it? I've got 15,000 in there as the increase.
Okay. Okay, well, sorry, yeah, that was the increase, was 15,000. For a total of 43.
Oh, okay. Good.
I think
Gave me a heart attack. My office went up. It didn't go up that much.
I have other things that haven't gone up as much as you thought, which is the good news.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, you can go on the TELUS one.
Yes.
Or the Shaw.
The OP16 IT, I know there were some questions about this on Saturday, and I have both some extra justification and some good news for you today. So I spoke with our IT manager about this, and he noted that this is a combination of issues around, it's increasing internet speed and capacity as well as giving a second backup, which I'm going to make you all laugh, I think, considering the reaction from Saturday. This is considered a low-cost backup because it is not the cost you thought it was. We know that, as we explained on Saturday, we know there are issues where, say, if one internet connection goes down, then we lose our ability to process payments for residents to use, say, the Aquatic Center, for us to use any of our cloud-hosted software, etc. So losing our internet connection is a very big deal, so we want to have the backup connection for that. It also gives us the possibility of load balancing, so that we can say if one of our connections is really busy, we can run things over the other one, which should significantly improve performance and efficiency for staff and also public experience at the front counter. And the good news is that our IT department is asking for $18,000 in total, not in addition. This is apparently a $6,000 increase from the current $12,000. So it is only 1/3 of what we thought it was. So hopefully that will make you at least a little bit happier.
Oh boy.
It's pretty late at night for them to get too excited.
Yes. Following on from that, 17.
Not water or sewer. That would get you going.
Actually,
can I just
of course
backtrack a little bit?
Yep.
I've lived here for a very long time, and I thought the old fire hall was gone. What are you referring to as the old fire hall?
The existing.
The old
The
portion of the
current
current
fire hall.
Yeah.
The old portion of the current.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
or the addition.
Yes, there was a request from the fire chief, although he has now left. So he talked to you earlier tonight about some of their specifically fire IT, but there's also a significant amount of city IT which goes into the fire hall. And so this is a request from the fire department to make sure that their systems continue running.
Did you guys see the cabling in this? I swear I'm going to take a picture of it if you haven't to bring it to the next meeting, because it's like Bonnie and Clyde, hilarious looking. Oh yeah, I'm taking a picture inside Chief's office. It's like hanging from the roofs in all of these weird places. It needs it, just
safety.
Yep.
And at our next lunch and learn with the fire hall, we could probably have a nice.
Yeah, you saw the nice portion of the fire hall. We go into the other section. It is awesome in there.
You've also reminded me with comments about fire IT. I used to have a tough book as one of my old jobs over 10 years ago, and I remember thinking at the time how it was rated for US military specifications on impact, dust, humidity, being driven over by a tank, and I almost filed a request with the US Department of Defense to please add to their specifications, load windows without crashing.
Irrelevant.
IT humor. Gets me every time.
Training.
Training. 18. So training on this one, the notes I have, our course has already been approved and completed, so I think this is basically a request to please let us pay our bill. ITIL is a course about most common framework used in IT and is apparently required to ensure best processes and best practices are followed. The alternative is creating our own framework from scratch, which was kind of like I mentioned in the records retention thing. We used to have a made in Merritt record system, which was fascinating and unique, and everyone had to learn independently. It's much better to have industry recognized standards that we follow. Co-op student. This one, so co-op students, at least from staff perspective, can be truly fantastic value and assets to the organization. And it's not just a benefit to us, although very occasionally you will find that, say, for whatever reason, the student, say, doesn't work out for whatever reason. Maybe they decide that they hate municipal administration and never want to touch local government again. But although in IT, at least, that shouldn't be much of an issue, hopefully. If you're hiring a co-op student, then you will typically be getting someone who is at least partially trained in the area, but at significantly lower cost than a fully qualified professional. At the same time, you're providing them with invaluable on-the-job training and opportunities to learn in a real-life environment. So we currently have a co-op student in the IT department. And since hiring her, her workload has decreased significantly for the manager of IT services. By employing a co-op student, it means that we don't have to buy in some of the additional external contractor support that we might otherwise be needed, which is, again, very highly skilled and qualified, and as a result, therefore, much more expensive than students. So in terms of financial asks, we think that this is ultimately, it provides you with a lot of benefits and can lead to reductions in expenditure in some other areas. It also has very high value often to both the department and the person in question.
Councillor Newitt.
We were talking about the digitization of the records earlier. Is this not something that a co-op student could take on? I know it's not a continuous situation, but I'm just wondering if we weren't able to approach it one way, is this not something that I know there's lots of kids in IT and that might fit hand in hand as well?
When it comes to, say, the actual digitization of the records themselves, then, say, a summer student, for example, is absolutely something that we'll be considering as an option for someone who can do that. If all they're doing is, say, just taking a banker's box of records and then spending 8 hours a day scanning them, that's probably not something that an IT student, for example, would be particularly interested in doing. But students generally are definitely of potential value in the grunt work of tasks like that, yeah.
We just got a letter in partnership with Work BC, where they're requesting the City of Merritt to provide a letter of support and potentially place a practicum student to work with the city for 6 weeks in an office worker support program, which what you just described is probably the project that we will end up going for in providing that letter. And so the hope is that the city hires them on afterwards. And so part of what we're going to end up, we can easily say yes to this because there's absolutely no commitment on that. And they say it in like 7 different places in the letter. But at the same time, we kind of do want you to know that if we do get placed with somebody as part of that program, there's always a secret expectation or a hope that they are going to get placed there. And so might that, we would either come talk to you on a change in budget or reduce a contractor line or something like that to be able to offset those types of costs.
So on the co-op student, I use them every year up at the forestry, but there is a certain obligation. You usually get a 3rd year, and the school expects them to cover certain items while they're here. So you do get a process that you have to follow, and they have to get a certain amount of quality hours at that in order to make it work for both parties. So you're a little bit told what to do.
And it isn't going to totally eliminate the need for a contractor because you can't rely on the co-op to cover in holidays or vacations or things like that. So, but it helps.
I just wanted to add as well that what you'll see is where we do add in co-op students. Here you'll see it, in the sheet, I think it's down as ongoing, but we've changed it here to a one-time. The logic is we're going to pilot everything. Does it work in this particular area? Maybe it works really well in IT, but we're not going to be dead convinced that this is a model that works in engineering, that works in a different area. So we've got it down as a one-time item. If this is successful, we're seeing net positive returns from this, then we'll bring that report back as part of the next one and say, hey, it might make sense to have this as an ongoing program where we partner as co-op. If
that isn't the case, you might hear a different report back. But we sort of view this as something of a pilot for this year to see, does this work, and really minimize the need to add a second IT body.
And then 1456, yep, sorry, I have this marked under a different number. So the increase ongoing equipment replacement budget, this is, again, adding 17,000. So this includes a 6% increase for the budget over current IT infrastructure replacements. It's City Hall replacement Wi-Fi access points, council chambers wireless microphone because of I think you will remember all the many problems we had with the old one, which resulted in the not exactly aesthetically appealing cable running over to the dais, the podium. The biggest single line item, or almost biggest line item in this, which I say I don't think is on your sheets, is noting the Aquatic Centre, the card printer. So what's used to issue access cards for residents. That's asking for $3,400 in this budget line, and that printer has apparently already failed and basically needs to be replaced in order to maintain the current ability to provide printers for people accessing the system. So in total, that is $17,000 across the board.
Need to get into the card printer business.
Yeah. Then into the capital expenditure requests. Starting on the firewall for this one. Current firewall will reach end of support and stop working August 31st of this year. Basically, not having a firewall on our network is kind of like driving the Coquihalla in December with no seatbelts and summer tires on. You are basically begging for catastrophe. So our IT manager has gotten a couple of quotes in he's asked a couple of requests for quotes in order to form this, which is how he wound up asking for $18,500 to replace it. Although he didn't say he needs pre-approval before March of this year, which was an option, he would like this approved ASAP in order to ensure that we don't have some crises. There's been a lot of municipalities in the last 4 or 5 years who have suffered severe data breaches, and we really don't want to be one of the ones who are having to pay up $500,000 or more in order to access our own data when somebody steals it.
So I guess maybe I should probably talk to him, but do we know what level of life this firewall will carry for us? I mean, there is a life on these things, and there is upgrades on these things, and did he... I can talk to Jim.
I can get you more information on that. At the top of my head, I want to say he was saying 5 years.
5 years? Thank you.
And following on from that, we have cloud backups. I'm in the wrong section. Pro now. CapEx 2. So this is a request for $23,000 for new backup software, cloud storage, and user accounts. This is required to be eligible for cybersecurity insurance. So in the event that something does go wrong, if we didn't take this out, essentially, we would be fully liable for costs if we are not able to get insurance prior to the event. Our manager would ideally have liked us to have had these backups in place before we shifted. As Sean said, we've got basically 2 systems running at the moment, one paper-based, one computer-based. We've got a lot of things in SharePoint and OneDrive, which are Microsoft products, and a lot of the implementation was done last year when he was on medical leave, and so he is requesting now that we put in things that would be necessary in order to get insurance to cover those.
So just a quick question, Greg. On our digital backups, do we keep a copy off-site, or do we keep everything here?
Depends on the system. We have some things that are backed up in the firehole, which is kind of like the lowest possible level of backup because there are very few scenarios which will result in this building having problems and the firehole not. If a wildfire sweeps through, we've lost both of them. I know there are some things, anything which is in, say, SharePoint or OneDrive, that none of that is physically in Merritt. It's all on Microsoft servers in the cloud. But the only thing that there is the Microsoft copies, which means that, say, if a member of staff leaves and and their accounts, their Office 365 account is deleted. I think it's either 90 or 180 days the auto deletion happens, and at that point the files are gone. So we don't have local backups of those at this point.
And the finance, all the finance through the finance is through the cloud. So it's all stored off-site. It's been like that, the BATM software.
Were you here when we lost everything and we had no backup?
No, that was under the old.
That was brutal.
Maze, yeah. Yeah, we lost a couple weeks during tax time of cash receiving.
A week before budget.
Yeah.
Everything went.
Yeah, it disappeared. But no, BATM is off-site. It's in the cloud, which made it really easy when COVID struck because people were able to work from home. And I can work from Clearwater, so it's perfect.
Councillor Newman?
So just the only thing that I haven't seen mentioned anywhere on the IT side, maybe it is actually happening and I'm unaware of it, is City of Merritt website updates. And I know it's not IT, but it's web related. So I'm curious as to when, how, and what the implications are for that, because we seriously need an update on that website.
Well, the website was newly designed and rolled out about, 2 years ago now? That's a relatively new design at this point. It's maintained and updated by the communications department.
So I'm sorry, so we have somebody in-house that is quite capable of updating our website?
For updating content and design items, so that's what our communications manager is responsible for. In terms of technology, it's a WordPress site which gets somewhat regular updates pushed out by WordPress, which are automatically implemented by the host.
Okay, sorry, I was not aware of that because there are several, tens of several dead links and things that are on our website that I don't.
If you could send us the details of those, we would be very happy to take them.
Excellent. Yes, thank you. Okay, I'm sorry I didn't know that was done in-house. Thank you. Done with a cup of coffee.
For what it's worth, we recognize that getting to the spot where this is proactive checks on the website as opposed to reactive response to the website, it is the goal. Kim's talked about it, and it is going to come to the fact that we have the capability in-house. We don't necessarily always have the time capacity to give it the full love that I think this needs. Communications is one area where I just say that I do not know how we survived without a communications person when I started here. I tried to imagine the world where I was the communications person on top of everything else I was supposed to do. It's just different expectations in just a 6-year window. And talking about areas that probably need another co-op student so that we can do those kind of updates. That's the classic example.
Source code breakdowns happen a lot. It's unfortunate.
Even though I was just on there yesterday and looking at, I think it was our skate park contact and a few other contacts. Like, what's Charlie Henderson doing on this website right now? So it's not just the source code. There's other pages that just haven't been touched in a long time.
Do we actively check on these things to make sure that, I don't know the answer because obviously I wasn't aware that was part of our communications person's job, and that to me is...
I'll say that updating the website is what the parts we actively do are posting new articles and other things to the website. Is it something where we have, 2 hours a day where this individual is pouring through old archive pages and other things to clean up links, to remove dead links, to make sure all the information is current? We're not allocating the level of time that needs to be there, and that's a capacity, not a capability issue. So we could do it if... I'm a bit sensitive right now because I'll say that you guys might not know it, but Kim's working some really stupid hours right now, and we're kind of working on that. She loves to get here early, and she leaves at the same time as everybody else. And so we need to find some solutions here to ease the burden on her a little bit to get to the spot where we're meeting council's expectations, and I'd say the public's expectations on the communication front, because there's, whether it's a letter that's going out to this, an update that's going out for that, whatever the pressing road closure is of the day, it just doesn't really stop for her. And the number of times she's about ready to leave, hey, I just need one more thing that we need to get out. And it's just a real hot spot within the municipality. And there's one area that we know we've heard is that you want more on that. And we need to hit that.
We also have a reporting button for somebody who has hit a dead link, do we not?
There's certainly submission options on the site. We would always hope if people find things that aren't working, they let us know. We do know that people do. I've seen emails people have written in to let us know, hey, this isn't working, and when those are received, they're actioned. But essentially, we don't have the in-house time and capacity to monitor every page every day, and essentially when there's errors or things that have come out of date that we're not aware of, those won't be fixed until we become aware of them. So if you find problems, errors, issues, please send them in and they will be actioned as soon as we can.
I can just say, just from what I've observed, I mean, when I was here before, it used to be the department's heads kind of regularly checked on there. But I mean, finance does not have time to do what they're supposed to be doing. So to sit down and go through the website is.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Those were horrible.
Yeah, but I'm sure other departments are the same as well.
Okay, so I'd like to go back to the firewall request. So one of the important components when dealing with cybersecurity, it's education. So due to the number of employees, I want to see if this request includes that the educational component to identify potential threats, with dealing with phishing, scams, and all that. So is that part of the request?
We have an external contractor who are working on training staff on social engineering issues, like say sending fake emails, and then if people respond, then we get them the statistics on how many people responded, and they're offered additional training. There is always a human element in terms.
Do some training.
Yeah,
it's the worst if it happens.
It really is.
In a few years.
There's always a human element in IT. It's oftentimes the weakest part of the systems. But yeah, that's something we're very alert to. The need to is
Councillor Egan.
Thank you. I just want to say that as far as the staff goes, please don't have sore spots. We're all learning, and I think I can speak for all of us that we think that you're all doing a fabulous job. There is just so much information, so many responsibilities. We all know that you're so understaffed. And I mean, I see Sean going, oh, my eyes, I need to go to bed. But I understand. So
it's budget, baby.
Yeah, it's just the way it goes. But if we can help you get more help, we're going to help you. Thank you.
That was really kind. Thank you.
So, just if I can just kind of start to wrap up here, we've moved the open house to the 19th. We really need next week to work on year end so that we can kind of finish up the budget knowing what reserves and surpluses are. So so it'll be at the Civic Center. There's advertisements going out and radio spots, so you'll see that. Kim, speaking of communications, can do some surveys for us. If there's any hot button topics that you guys are interested in putting out there and asking if they want to know about the Cleesby connector, or if anybody's in favor of that, or if they know it. If there's anything you want, please put it through to myself or probably Greg, and we'll work with Kim on getting it out.
6 p.m. on the 19th at the Civic Center.
Mm-hmm. It'll be over at the Civic Center.
We'll make sure there's snacks.
Yes. yes, there'll be food.
There should always be food. My question is, well, it's not necessarily a question, but perhaps, and something we could bring up maybe Tuesday after the council meeting when we're a little bit more fresh and the TV's not on, but just new council's expectations of what that open house might look like. It's great to say, hey, we're going to have our very first open house, but I think we probably need a little bit of understanding on what we are to be expected to do and not do, and not at this format, but just Tuesday at council would be.
I can just give you a quick, each department head will come with some presentations. Rick will probably have some plans for different things, discussions. The fire chief will bring some things, just some gear, or even just anything to create conversations. We'll have some maps. We're going to bring the comparatives. We'll post some of that up. It'll be more like little areas with some information, so to get some conversations going. So what would be expected of council is to just wander around and talk to people.
Trust me,
we could get Lacey to bring the official community plan. The recreation guide will pull out all the information we can, and if there's anything specific that you want to see, let us know and we'll make sure it's there.
Councillor, whatever your name is.
You missed your, Cubby, whatever. That was your opportunity to tell everybody that, you're expected to make a speech on a certain department.
We're going to assign each of the department.
But now we've missed the window.
Yeah.
We could have told Webby
This was last week.
There is no plan to have any formal presentations, because that kind of negates the open house idea of people being able to drop in, and it doesn't, I've tried it both ways, and then you end up doing 2 or 3 presentations, so.
It would have just been fun to scare everybody.
You only get 3 types of people. You get the I want a project, you get I don't want a project, and you get don't you dare raise my taxes. That's the 3 classes of people, and I think I might just have people pick from one of the cards and identify which camp they're in when they show up to these. But it really is a positive discussion. It's pretty fun to hear what people's thoughts are. Oftentimes the numbers aren't massive.
I'm sure Chief will probably bring some of his radios.
So will there be an opportunity then, and again, I'll stress that maybe Tuesday when we're not
tired
live and we're fresh, that we might have an opportunity to discuss this?
Help me understand what you want to discuss, because you have a vision for it and I don't know that.
Our expectation, council hasn't been necessarily brought into the open house discussion, so I'm just, we're currently live being taped, and right now is 10 o'clock or 10:30, 11, at night, that I think we could probably find a better time to discuss it, so I'm just wondering when we have that opportunity.
I think if you add that as an agenda item.
But you don't want to have it on.
I think it could be just a casual conversation between staff and council.
There'll be posters up with info.
Sounds good, let's do it.
Yeah, ask questions.
Open house, you wander around, you talk to people, you defend your position, you defend your spending, you answer their questions, and you move on.
Yep.
That's what you do.
There'll be posters with info.
I've never been to a bad open house yet, not once.
Just like our council or flood, 1-year flood anniversary day. Info all over.
Anyway, if you have any questions or concern, you can always email me too, and I can answer you. You have my email address.
Anyone else presenting? Norm, you've been a star. You've been sitting here for absolutely nothing.
Well, no, I think it's not for nothing.
We didn't see you speak. Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you.